Hello, friends. Did you know that nearly 80% of those who watch my videos aren't subscribed? If you enjoy the content, I'd truly appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button. It helps a lot. Also, don't forget to leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. Your interaction not only supports the channel's growth, but also helps these stories reach more people. Thank you all for being here. By the way, where are you watching from? Let me know in the comments. The night had already swallowed most of Ashland when I sat at my console, eyes bleary from a long shift and hands trembling just a bit as I sipped the last of my stale black coffee. I'd been a 911 dispatcher for over a decade, and every call carried its own weight of human misery and terror. It was 11:37 p.m. on a chilly autumn evening when the call came in, a voice barely above a whisper, distorted with fear and desperation. The address popped up on my screen: 321 Maple Street, a modest apartment building sandwiched between a rundown grocery store and a flickering neon diner. I pressed the headset tighter against my ear and steadied myself. 911, what is your emergency? I asked in a calm tone that belied the racing of my heart. There was a long pause, punctuated only by the distant hum of a faulty streetlight and the occasional creak of the building's old structure. Then, in a voice that seemed too soft to be real, the caller answered, I'm in trouble. I'm in the bedroom with him. The words, clipped and disjointed, sent a shiver through me. I quickly ran through my training protocols as my mind raced with images of domestic violence turned sinister. Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. Can you tell me your location exactly? I urged, my voice firm yet laced with concern. The response was a barely audible whisper. I don't know. Please help me. I could barely register the words over the static of the switchboard as I reached for the local map and keyed in the address again. 321 Maple Street in Ashland, Indiana. A small town where everyone knew each other by name, and where secrets usually buried under neighborly smiles rarely came to light. The clock had just tipped 11:42 p.m., and a brisk wind rattled the window panes of the station. I keyed in the required police codes, relaying the message: Unit 1050 to 321. Maple Street, suspect reported, immediate backup requested. My voice was steady, the familiarity of the codes like an anchor in a storm of uncertainty. On the line, the caller's breathing became erratic, punctuated by stifled sobs and gasps. He's got something, a taser, she whispered, the sound of her terror almost palpable. I maintained my composure, though inside I was a maelstrom of adrenaline and dread. Ma'am, do not make any sudden moves. Stay where you are and listen closely, I instructed, my tone crossing the fine line between authoritative and compassionate. I could almost feel the distance between the sterile environment of the dispatch center and the terror unfolding at that remote address. Every word transmitted was a lifeline, a beacon of hope in the choking dark. Within minutes, the crunch of tires on asphalt echoed over our radio as patrol cars converged on Maple Street. I listened carefully as Officer Daniel's voice crackled over the channel. 10-4, dispatch. En route to 321 Maple. Visibility low due to rain, but we're closing in. The weather had turned unexpectedly, rain pattering relentlessly on the pavement, adding a surreal sheen to the night's unfolding horror. I could picture the scene vividly, a quiet neighborhood transformed in minutes into a battleground of dim streetlights and anxious whispers. The caller's voice, fragile yet laced with determination, broke through again. I'm tied up. I tried to get free, but her words faltered, leaving only a pitiful silence on the line as the weight of her situation settled in. I kept her on the line, my voice a constant murmur of reassurance, even as I relayed every fragment of information using our protocols. "Ma'am, I'm dispatching additional units. Stay as quiet as you can, and if you're in a secure room, lock the door. Help is coming, I promise you." Her reply was a mere hiss, lost in static and the overwhelming pressure of despair. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps and murmured commands echoed in my mind as I coordinated with officers using radios laced with familiar codes. 10-7 confirming units on scene, 10-20 for location checks. I leaned forward, eyes glued to the monitor, hoping desperately that every carefully followed protocol would convert into a life-saving outcome. Time became elastic. Seconds stretched into minutes as the suspense built with each passing moment. I could hear the clash of urgency in the voices of my fellow dispatchers, each call adding layers to the already thick tension of the night. The police scanner crackled incessantly with updates. Unit 517 reporting possible suspect movement inside, requesting immediate backup at the target location. I felt the weight of every unsaid word, every heartbeat shared between the caller and the responding units. A silent promise that no one in Ashland would be forgotten tonight, even as fear gnawed at the edges of reason. I kept my focus as I recounted details for the first time. A rundown building with chipped paint and dim hallways where the ordinary met the extraordinary terror of a living nightmare. The caller's voice, trembling and almost too soft, lingered in my ears. "I think I woke him. Please hurry." I repeated her plea over the radio, my instructions a lifeline in the digital abyss of static and coded commands. Every detail, the location, time, weather, and even the familiar sounds of a town at rest, was etched into my mind as I filed it away for dispatch logs. This was more than protocol. It was the fragile boundary between order and chaos, life and death. As the rain intensified and the night deepened, the narrative of that call grew increasingly harrowing. Officers breached the apartment door after receiving the coded order 1050, the sound of shattering glass mingling with urgent commands over the radio. I could almost hear the quiet finality of a whispered goodbye, as if the victim, in her final attempt to survive, had merged with the shadows of that forsaken place. My own heart pounded in sympathy and dread while I documented every sonic fragment of that ordeal. The desperate plea, the uncertain silences, and even the unintentional pauses that spoke of horrors too vast to articulate. I sat there, suspended between the clinical detachment demanded by my station and the raw empathy stirred by the call's underlying terror. The rhythmic tapping of raindrops on the window provided a morbid counterpoint to the frantic radio chatter. 10-4, 10-20 confirmed. Officer inside, came the update, and a strange mixture of relief and foreboding washed over me. It was then that the unthinkable happened. The victim's voice, heavy with resignation, came back into the line one more time, almost as a whisper to the dark. "I'm not alone. He's still here, in here." There was a chilling pause, a silence so profound it threatened to suffocate all hope. I could only repeat the instructions, my voice barely audible over the static and the relentless drum of the rain. "Ma'am, do not speak. Remain still until help arrives." The line went dead shortly after, leaving me with nothing but the echo of her final, desperate words and the relentless whisper of the storm. I watched helplessly as the clock ticked on, every second stretching into an eternity. The dispatch center, normally a hub of sterile efficiency, had become a repository of shared trauma and unbearable tension. In that moment, Ashland was more than a dot on the map. It was a microcosm of fear, vulnerability, and the lingering question of whether any of us were ever truly safe. The dark hours of that night bled into one another as officers struggled to contain the unfolding nightmare. I continued to process call after call, each one a fragment of a larger, horrifying mosaic. Somewhere between the sirens and the soft murmur of desperate pleas, I sensed that this was not an isolated incident, but the beginning of something far more sinister, an echo that might resonate in the quiet corners of Ashland for years to come. By the time I had to hand over my console to the next dispatcher, my hands still trembled, and the distant sound of that final, haunted whisper lingered as a grim reminder that sometimes, even in the calm of a small town, the horrors of our worst nightmares could come alarmingly close to home. The officers' radio chatter continued to pulse with coded urgency, their words a tapestry of bravery and grim determination in the face of terror. I leaned back in my chair, exhausted yet unwilling to let the suffocating atmosphere of dread slip away. Every recorded sound, every careful instruction, every faltering breath on that line was filed away in my memory, a haunting soundtrack for a night when the thin line between normalcy and unfathomable horror was irrevocably blurred. And as I closed my eyes for a brief moment of respite, I could still hear those whispered words reverberating in the dark corridors of my mind. I'm not alone. He's still here. A siren wailed in the distance, as the scene outside melded into the narrative of a town that had been forced to confront its deepest fears. And somewhere in that intersection of sound and silence, I realized that this was only the beginning. The threads of that fateful night were about to intertwine with lives, secrets, and unspeakable truths that would haunt Ashland, and every one of us, long after the rain had washed the streets clean. The following hours unfolded like a surreal film reel, each frame a stark reminder of the brutality hidden behind everyday facades. At 12:06 a.m., while the rain continued its ceaseless cadence, the first responding unit reported a critical breakthrough over the police scanner. Dispatch, this is Unit 5-17. We've secured the perimeter and are moving in cautiously. I repeat, suspect has been sighted in the rear corridor. Over. The voice, steady but laced with palpable urgency, confirmed that the police had managed to corner the man responsible. Yet, even as the officers advanced, there was an underlying tension in every word, a forewarning of complexities yet to be unraveled. Inside the dimly lit apartment, chaos reigned. The corridor, which should have been a place of mundane transitions, was now a claustrophobic alley of shadows and uncertainty. Officer Daniels, the lead on scene, radioed through in crisp, clipped commands. 10-4, all units. Suspect is barricaded in the master bedroom, requesting immediate tactical support. Over. His tone was measured, but I could sense the strain beneath the veneer of calm professionalism. The layout of the apartment was typical of small-town residences. A narrow hallway, creaking wooden floors, and a living room that now lay in disarray, with splintered furniture and scattered personal effects, whispering the stories of a once peaceful life now marred by unspeakable violence. I sat at my terminal, updating logs and dispatching every available resource as details trickled in. The apartment's structure, the weather conditions outside, and the sparse ambient light created a stark canvas upon which fear was painted in murky hues. My mind raced back to every similar call I'd handled over the years, each etched with a unique blend of terror and tragedy. Officer Daniels, confirm if you've located any victims inside the immediate danger zone. Over. His response was hesitant, laden with the weight of caution. Negative. Dispatch. So far, only indicators of a struggle. We're still searching. I repeat, no casualties confirmed at this time. Despite his calm delivery, the subtle tremor in his voice conveyed a truth that words could barely contain. This was a situation spiraling into a chaos too raw for calm protocol. Outside, the night grew even colder, and the relentless patter of rain on asphalt amplified the urgency of the unfolding drama. The patrol cars' flashing lights bathed the street in an eerie mosaic of red and blue, each flash a heartbeat in the lifeline being drawn out over the radio waves. I could almost visualize the officers creeping through the building, their every step synchronized with the rhythmic beeps and boops of their communication devices. 10-7, dispatch. Confirm all units are aware. Suspect is dangerous and may be armed. Exercise extreme caution on entry. Over. My instructions were met with grunts of affirmation over the scanner, and I allowed myself only a brief pause to document the tactical maneuvers. As I keyed in the next series of commands, my thoughts drifted momentarily to the caller. This frightened young woman whose whispered cries had shattered the nighttime calm. I replayed her voice in my head, each faltering syllable a ghost in the machinery of public service. It was as if her terror had become interwoven with the very fabric of our protocols, transforming routine updates into a heart-wrenching narrative of desperation and duty. Dispatch, I'm receiving an update from Unit 517. The suspect appears disoriented, possibly impaired, requesting confirmation on his weapon status. Over. The exchange that followed was clinical in its precision. Tactical support was mobilized, and the officers were advised to maintain a safe distance until further intelligence could be verified. Inside, the suspect, a gaunt, shadowed figure whose eyes darted with an unsettling mixture of desperation and arrogance, had retreated further into the bowels of the apartment. His movements were erratic, a disjointed dance between frantic defense and calculated malice. Radio chatter intensified. Unit 7-12 to dispatch. We've got a visual on the suspect. He's moving toward the upstairs landing, requesting immediate backup and a barricade setup. Over. Every word was a thread pulled tight on the tapestry of that night's terror, weaving together the disparate elements of fear, courage, and the grim persistence of reality. At that moment, I found myself overwhelmed by the gravity of it all. The station's sterile walls and the incessant hum of equipment did little to alleviate the tightening knot of dread coiling in my chest. I could hear the soft, almost imperceptible murmur of rain mixing with the crackle of radios and the steady tap of my own keys as I transmitted essential details to my colleagues in the field. Time seemed to slow even as every second was charged with the urgency of saved lives and the stubborn refusal of fate to relent. All units maintain position and proceed as advised. We're working on a full situational update. Repeat, maintain caution. The response was a chorus of affirmations, but even in their brief assurances, I could feel the undercurrent of fear, a silent acknowledgement that in the face of such relentless terror, our training was as much a shield as our collective resolve. The building creaked and groaned under the weight of the unfolding drama. I listened as one officer recounted, voice shaking slightly despite every effort at control. Dispatch. I just heard a soft cry, like a whisper from the shadows. I'm checking the rooms. It may be nothing, but it could be her. A chill ran through me as I realized the call might not have been an isolated event. Could it be that this was a calculated act, part of a broader tapestry of crime that had already haunted Ashland without our knowing? The answer lay in the unfolding investigation. I quickly adjusted my radio protocols. Unit 517, confirm if you've identified any survivors. Over. The response was curt but revealing. Negative. We're still combing through the area. Suspect is elusive. In the midst of the controlled chaos, my thoughts flickered back to that first heart-stopping whisper on the line. Had her desperate tone been a cry for help, or a premonition of something far more insidious lurking just beyond the threshold? The tension in every transmission, every careful command, hinted that beneath the veneer of routine emergency protocols lay a terror both personal and unfathomable. The officers on scene now carried not only the weight of their duty, but also the collective fear of a community unprepared for such malevolence. As I reviewed the transcripts and watched the minutes tick by on the clock, a nagging question emerged in the back of my mind. A whisper of doubt that perhaps the true horror was only beginning to reveal itself. By 12:28 a.m., after what felt like an eternity, compressed into agonizing minutes, the radio crackled with a stark and chilling update. Dispatch, this is Unit 712. We've successfully apprehended the suspect. However, we've encountered evidence of multiple disturbances in the upper floor. Personal items, scattered photographs, and signs of forced restraint. Over. The gravity of the situation escalated further, and I fought to keep my voice steady as I transmitted the next orders. All units, prepare for a comprehensive sweep. Medical support is en route. Ensure that evidence is preserved. I repeat, do not disturb the scene until forensics arrive. My instructions, though delivered with the clinical detachment required of our profession, belied the storm of emotions raging within me. A storm that, in its depths, hinted at atrocities that would unspool in harrowing detail over the coming hours. In that charged moment, as the building's dark corridors echoed with the subdued murmur of recovered humanity and the relentless commands of duty, I couldn't shake the haunting thought that the events unfolding at 321 Maple Street were merely the opening act in a larger, more sinister drama. The interplay of light and shadow, the meticulous detail of every instruction transmitted, and the palpable fear woven through each word formed a tableau of modern American terror. A reality too raw and intimate to be dismissed as mere misfortune. As the officers moved methodically through the apartment, collecting clues and comforting those in distress, I recorded every detail in my mind. The storm outside raged on, a dissonant symphony to the unfolding calamity, a final reminder that in the heart of night, even the most ordinary lives could be irrevocably shattered. The hours that followed plunged Ashland into a surreal twilight between nightmare and reality. At nearly 12:45 a.m., the building was officially secured, and a specialized forensic team was called in to comb every inch of the scene. I stayed tethered to my console as the dispatch frequency filled with updates that were clinical in tone, yet chilling in implication. Dispatch, this is Lieutenant Harris from the Ashland Police Department. Preliminary examinations indicate that the suspect may be linked to previous disappearances in the surrounding areas. I'm initiating a full review of past case files. Over. His voice, measured and resolute, carried the weight of a community's unspoken fears. The notion that this was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern of unexplained disappearances, sent ripples of unease through our already strained nerves. The forensic team methodically documented the scene. A bedroom frozen in the midst of a violent struggle, personal belongings scattered as if in haste, and chilling remnants of the life that had been violently upended. I could hear one of the forensic officers remark over the radio, "Dispatch, we're finding traces of DNA and items that suggest the suspect wasn't acting alone." The possibility that there were accomplices, a dark network of predators lurking beneath the veneer of small-town normality, set off an internal alarm in me. Every sound in that moment echoed like a tolling bell of impending sorrow. Back in the dispatch center, I resumed my routine of relaying messages, yet the usual banality of routine was forever altered by the gravity of the situation. Calls poured in from worried neighbors, shaking hands over the phone as they described strange noises and flickering lights coming from the apartment building in question. "Ma'am, are you certain you heard that?" one caller repeated, voice trembling as the lines crackled with both static and emotion. The background sounds, a dog barking distantly, the low murmur of wind through cracked windows, made the scenario all the more real, as if the very fabric of Ashland was resonating with hidden fear. Amid the radio chatter, I recorded every detail: the flickering overhead street lamp on Maple Street, the exact time of each call, the minutiae of the suspect's described behavior, even the subtle shift in the tone of a frightened neighbor who recalled an unfamiliar car idling near the building earlier in the evening. Every piece of information was a puzzle fragment in a growing mosaic of horror. Dispatch to all units, be advised. Multiple scenes of interest are under investigation. We have confirmed evidence of 2 additional victims linked to similar abduction patterns in the past 3 months. Use caution. The suspect's profile suggests a familiarity with police procedures. Over. The words sent a shiver through me. A grim confirmation that the monster prowling the dark corners of Ashland had long been a specter in the nightmares of a community too small to harbor such evil. The forensic team's findings were relayed in meticulous detail. In one disjointed update, an officer reported, "Dispatch, forensic analysis indicates that some of the items recovered here, personal photos, a locket engraved with initials, match descriptions from previously missing individuals. We're sharing this information with our cold case unit." I could feel the weight of decades of unsolved mysteries coalescing in that moment. A history of tragedies that had been swept under the rug until now. The realization that the current case might be the key to unlocking a string of previously inexplicable disappearances caused my pulse to quicken. The station's quiet, methodical routines were punctuated with bursts of frantic activity as units coordinated across departments, pooling evidence and memories like raindrops in a storm. I found myself replaying fragments of earlier calls, the whispered tones of a desperate victim, the urgent commands from the front lines, and the hollow reassurance promised by our training. The interplay of duty and emotion was a fragile balance, and in that balance lay the terrible truth that sometimes, despite all our best efforts, darkness found a way to creep in. Unit 5-17. We're receiving consistent chatter indicating the suspect was seen again near the old mill on 5th Avenue. Verify and report. Over. The urgency of that command was underscored by the low, almost imperceptible hum of the rain outside. The same rain that had borne witness to so many confessions, arrests, and unspeakable moments of despair. Deep in thought, I recalled my own disbelief at the mounting evidence. How could something so monstrous take root in the heart of our familiar, unassuming town? I shivered as I pictured the suspect, a man who, in ordinary daylight, could have walked unnoticed among us, and the lives he had shattered with a casual cruelty born out of a twisted ideology. The transcript of that first jarring call was still streaming across my monitor. The final, broken plea, the indication of a betrayal by someone once trusted, perhaps even loved. It was a reminder that in the hushed corridors of Ashland's streets and the silent rooms of ordinary homes, terror could be lurking in plain sight. Throughout the early hours of that morning, as forensic teams and cold case detectives converged on the evidence, my own role as a dispatcher seemed to take on an almost mythical quality, a solitary guardian of truth amid an ocean of despair. I documented every detail, every call, every moment when the pulse of humanity flared desperately against a tide of inhumanity. The mundane routines of dispatch were transformed into a solemn litany of survival, sacrifice, and the unyielding desire to rescue, even when all hope had frayed at the edges. And as the forensic team began piecing together the fragments of a truth that was far more gruesome than any of us had anticipated, a cold question crept over me like the chill of the night. Had we seen only the surface of an unfathomable darkness? In the periphery, voices of fellow dispatchers murmured reassuringly, as if their words could stave off the inevitable spiral into despair. But I knew that beyond our careful codes and practiced commands lay a reality where the very notion of safety had been irrevocably redefined. As dawn threatened to break over the rain-soaked streets of Ashland, the unsettling murmur on the radio, the faint echoes of desperate pleas, and the cryptic details of a past steeped in horror, all of it converged into a single, unyielding truth. Sometimes, when darkness descends, there are no clear answers, only the persistent, haunting question of what truly lurks in the shadows. The relentless pace of the investigation forced us to confront not only the horror of what had transpired at 321 Maple Street, but also the intricate, dark tapestry of a man whose life defied all semblance of normality. By 1:15 a.m., as the forensic experts wrapped up their preliminary assessments and the sound of approaching dawn loomed on the horizon, Lieutenant Harris gathered his team for a debrief right outside the building. The chill in the air, intensified by the persistent drizzle, mingled with the palpable tension among the officers as they clustered together under the weak glow of a single street lamp. Their faces were drawn, lit by an unspoken understanding that this case was unlike any other, a case that dug deep into the grim underbelly of our seemingly placid town. In a low, gravelly tone that bore the weight of shared trauma, Lieutenant Harris began, "We're dealing with a predator who's been methodical, almost ritualistic in his approach. There's evidence here that suggests this isn't a one-off attack. His modus operandi speaks to a man who's been stalking, planning, and there are indications based on recovered items and forensic evidence that this pattern is linked to other missing persons. I want every available unit on alert. This case is far from closed." His words, though measured, set off a ripple of uneasy silence that swept over the assembled officers. I listened in from the dispatch room, my fingers hovering over the keyboard as I transcribed every word into the digital log. Every detail, no matter how minute, was essential in piecing together the scattered mosaic of this unfolding nightmare. Amid the tactical briefings and coded updates over the radio, a distinct, shaky voice broke through. "Dispatch, this is Officer Ramirez. I need to report something unsettling. While canvassing the area behind the apartment, I encountered a discarded object, an old leather journal, partially soaked with rain. It's covered in what appears to be handwritten notes and symbols, none of which I can decipher immediately. Over." The transmission cut off abruptly, leaving behind an awkward silence on the channel before the familiar hum of confirmation responses resumed. That journal, I knew, could be the key to understanding a mind steeped in depravity. The possibility that our suspect had left behind tangible evidence, a glimpse into his warped inner world, stoked a quiet urgency within me. I quickly keyed in a follow-up message. "Unit Ramirez, secure the journal as the evidence. Do not allow contamination of any sort. I repeat, preserve the item in a secured evidence bag, then await further instructions. Over." The clarity of my voice was in stark contrast with the chaos unfolding on the scene. Each data point, from the precise location of the find to the minute details of its appearance, was transmitted with the precision of military protocol, a necessary rigidity when confronting the unpredictable nature of human cruelty. Meanwhile, as the forensic team meticulously combed through the remnants of the scene, an eerie series of revelations began to come to light. In the dim light of a single overhead bulb, a small collection of personal effects was recovered from under the bed. A framed photograph of a smiling couple, a child's drawing in faded crayon, and a wedding invitation with dates that no longer made sense in a timeline of horror. These items, discarded carelessly in the heat of a struggle, were silent witnesses to a life forever altered by the presence of an unyielding monster. I could almost hear the victim's silent plea for help through the static of my headset. each discarded memento a testament to a past life abruptly severed from any chance of redemption. Beyond the immediate confines of the apartment, the investigation's ripple effect spread across Ashland like a malignant force. Neighbors reported unusual activity, the sound of muffled voices echoing through empty hallways, lights flickering in abandoned houses, and odd figures lingering near the periphery of familiar neighborhoods. Dispatch, be advised. Multiple calls have just come in from residents along Elm and Pine Streets reporting similar disturbances. People mention that they saw a dark figure lurking around just before or after the disturbances. Over. The voice from Unit 3-09 was hushed, as though he too was trying not to disturb the fragile equilibrium between fear and normalcy. Every update I transmitted was laced with the desperate hope that the darkness at the heart of this case could be unraveled before it consumed more lives. Yet, for every methodical step taken by Lieutenant Harris and his team, there arose an overwhelming sense of futility. As if the deeper we dug, the more unspeakable truths emerged. The journal found by Officer Ramirez was subjected to rapid field analysis, and early reports indicated that its contents hinted at bizarre rituals and unsettling symbolism. The connection between these symbols and previous unsolved cases began to crystallize, forming a disturbing pattern that defied conventional explanation. Dispatch, be advised. Cold Case Unit is now correlating the journal's contents with 3 missing persons reports from the last 18 months. The initials in the journal match victims from those cases. We're moving to secure a warrant for further investigation. Over. In the controlled chaos of those early hours, as officers alternated between cautious optimism and the grim resignation of hard truths, I couldn't help but reflect on the duality of my role as a dispatcher. I was the unseen thread binding together disparate, fragmented narratives. Each call a testimony to the hidden horrors lurking in every quiet American town. The detail, from the precise timestamps of each emergency request to the casual yet coded chatter of the responding units, painted a picture of a world where the normal rhythms of life could shatter in an instant. And in that shattering, one was left with only questions that reverberated in the hollows of the night. Questions that might haunt every listener, every neighbor, every soul forever. As the forensic team sealed off the scene and began transporting evidence to a secure lab, the severity of the case settled in like a cold fog. I remained rooted in the dispatch center, my eyes fixed on the blinking cursor that served as the gateway between order and the chaotic underbelly of unspeakable acts. The narrative of that night was still being written in real time, a grim dossier of fear, loss, and the unfaltering resilience of law enforcement. And as the rain persisted without mercy, I couldn't shake the thought that maybe, somewhere in the labyrinth of that journal's symbols and the echoes of unanswered phone calls, there lay a secret so disturbing that it would forever alter our understanding of the darkness residing in the human soul. By the time 2 a.m. crept over Ashland, the investigation had morphed into something that transcended a single violent encounter. The early flickers of a new dawn were still a distant hope as I sat, nearly numb from hours of continuous vigilance, listening to the radio feeds that intertwined personal stories of despair with the cool, measured language of police procedure. In that suspended moment, every call, every whispered instruction, and every crackling transmission became a fragment of a complex tapestry. The tapestry of a town now irrevocably marked by darkness. At 2:03 a.m., Officer Daniel's voice broke through once more, ragged and laden with the weight of fresh horror. "Dispatch, this is Unit 517. We've just found evidence in a locked closet upstairs. A hidden safe containing a series of letters, photographs, and what appears to be a logbook. The logbook details dates, names, and locations. It looks like he's been tracking his victims for months. Over. I leaned forward, my pulse thrumming in my ears as I recorded the information meticulously. Every detail was critical now. Every scrap of evidence an echo of lives stolen and futures erased. Copy that, Unit 5-17. Secure the items and preserve the chain of custody. I repeat, do not remove anything until the forensic team arrives. Over. The building itself began to tell a story, a narrative of neglect and hidden secrets. The corridors, peeling wallpaper and dim, flickering lights evoked an almost cinematic atmosphere of decay. It was as if the very walls were burdened with memories of previous tragedies, whispering of a legacy of violence and unhealed wounds. I could picture the suspect moving through these corridors like a phantom, unseen but profoundly felt, leaving behind traces that were only now being unearthed in the meticulous work of law enforcement. Outside, in the pre-dawn gloom, the reactions of the community began to seep into the radio channels. A series of hushed voices and alarmed murmurs, neighbors frightened by strange lights and unexplained shadows, filled the frequency. Dispatcher, this is Unit 309. We're receiving reports from several residents along 7th Street and near the old mill. They're saying they heard unusual sounds, almost like chanting, coming from the direction of Maple Street just before the incident. Over. The report was surreal, as if someone had slithered in from the realm of nightmares to blur the lines between reality and something far more sinister. I transmitted back the necessary protocol. All units be advised. If you encounter any unusual human activity outside the immediate crime scene, report immediately. This could be related, over. In the chaos, a parallel narrative took root. The forensic team's analysis of the recovered safe's contents was handed over to a specialist with an expertise in obscure handwriting and coded messages. I overheard his cautious assessment. We're looking at what appears to be a psychological profile stitched together from correspondences. The writing suggests a disturbing blend of ritualistic behavior and meticulous predatory intent. His voice, calm yet edged with disbelief, underscored the magnitude of the anomaly we were dealing with. The suspect, a man whose identity until now had been as shadowy as his actions, was revealing himself through the relics of his unholy obsession. Within the dispatch center, my colleagues and I exchanged brief, solemn glances as our procedures continued unabated, each of us silently mourning the cumulative impact of endless nights such as this one. I recited the standard protocols with robotic precision, yet inside, every instruction felt like a lifeline thrown into an ocean of despair. Attention all units. Please be advised that evidence is being collected for potential links to unsolved cases from earlier this year. Cross-reference all missing persons files immediately. Over. My words resonated in the room, a mantra against the encroaching darkness that threatened to engulf the familiar serenity of our small town. As the night yielded reluctantly to the first tentative hues of dawn, I found myself alone in a moment of quiet introspection. The steady patter of the residual rain against the window was now joined by the soft murmur of early morning traffic and the distant barking of a dog. Yet beneath that veneer of normalcy lay a twisted undercurrent of uncertainty and dread, a lingering question that clung to the edges of every thought. How deep did this darkness run? And how many more lives had it touched without our knowing? The logbook, the safe, the journal. All of them whispered grim secrets that demanded answers, even as the world outside began its daily routine. I remained at my post, recording the final details of that interminable night with a heavy heart. The case files would later show that in the span of a few short hours, we had unraveled layers of horror that challenged everything we believed about safety and normalcy in our town. Every call I had answered was not just a plea for help, but a testament to the fact that beneath every unassuming facade, unspeakable truths could lurk. And as I finally powered down the station's terminal for a few well-deserved moments of rest, one question echoed in my mind. A question that refused to be silenced by the approaching light of day. Was this the work of one disturbed man, or was it the dark handiwork of a much larger, malevolent force that had been hiding in plain sight all along? In the stark light of a pale morning, as the forensic vans and additional police units began to swarm the perimeter of the now cordoned-off apartment building, the true magnitude of what had occurred started to crystallize for all involved. By 2:45 a.m., a time when most people in Ashland were still lost in uneasy sleep, the investigation had evolved from an isolated crisis to a sprawling inquiry with ramifications that reached deep into the fabric of our community. I remained in the dispatch room, eyes trained on the rolling updates and voices that carried the gravity of lives upended by a cold, calculating evil. The building at 321 Maple Street was no longer just a structure in a quiet Midwestern town. It had transformed into a focal point of fear, an eerie monument to the silent suffering of its inhabitants. Inside, forensic teams painstakingly collected every scrap of evidence. The logbook meticulously detailing dates and names in a script that oscillated between manic scribbling and chilling precision. Personal artifacts that told the stories of lives abruptly interrupted, and the leather-bound journal whose cryptic entries hinted at occult symbolism and a twisted rationale behind the abductions. Every detail was a clue, every item a silent witness testifying to the dark purpose behind the acts. I listened as Lieutenant Harris's voice cut through the subdued static of the channel. "Dispatch, this is Lieutenant Harris. We've just completed a preliminary sweep of the upper floors. Several rooms show clear signs of a struggle, broken glass, overturned furniture, and disturbing markings on the walls. There are indications that the suspect used these markings as a sort of signature. I'm instructing for a full multi-agency review immediately. All units stand by for further instructions. Over." His tone was measured, yet there was an undercurrent of disbelief, as though even he was struggling to fully comprehend the macabre details that now defined the scene. I made a note of every single code, every timestamp, as the station's monitors buzzed with overlapping transmissions. 10-4, Lieutenant." "Copy that," I replied, my voice echoing in the otherwise silent room. It was at that moment that I noticed something else. A series of emergency calls flooding in from neighboring areas, each with similar patterns of frantic whispers and disoriented pleas for help. The disjointed voices spoke of darkness in quiet streets, of shadowy figures that disappeared as quickly as they appeared, and of a pervasive, almost suffocating fear that gripped the hearts of ordinary citizens. One call after another built into a crescendo of terror that underscored a disturbing, inescapable truth. This was not an isolated incident, but an epidemic of dread spreading through the community. Among the incoming calls, one in particular stood out. A frantic, guttural message from a local diner on Fifth Avenue, where a waitress reported that a man, later identified as someone matching the suspect's description, had been seen lurking near the back alley just before leaving in a hurry. "Dispatcher, this is Mary at Big Joe's Diner. I saw him. He was wearing a long coat, and his eyes, there was something in his stare. I couldn't help but feel like he was watching me." Over. Her voice was a mixture of terror and disbelief, and I could sense the pall of an impending nightmare settling over her words. I relayed the information immediately. "All units, be advised. Possible sighting of suspect near Big Joe's Diner on Fifth Avenue. Exercise extreme caution." Over. As the day inched closer, the forensic team began to consolidate their findings. their voices now tinged with academic precision as well as raw urgency. "Dispatch, this is Forensic Unit Alpha. We have preliminary results from the logbook. It appears that the entries span over a period of 8 months, and several match dates coinciding with reported disappearances from nearby communities. The handwriting exhibits erratic variations. It's as if the writer was oscillating between lucidity and a frenzied delusion. We've cross-referenced these dates with several cold cases and, shockingly, found correlations that suggest the suspect has been active longer than we initially presumed." Over. Every syllable struck me like a drumbeat in the silence of that controlled, sterile room. In that moment, as the station buzzed with the collective effort of multiple agencies, I was forced to confront the full, unyielding horror of the situation. Here was a predator who had not only infiltrated our community, but had done so with the cold, calculated precision of someone who knew exactly how to manipulate every system in place. Our emergency protocols, our community's inherent trust, even our own doubts. "Dispatch, confirm receipt. We're now implementing a citywide alert. All agencies, please ensure that every available resource is mobilized. We need to secure every possible lead, from physical evidence to eyewitness accounts. This case is escalating into something far broader than a single violent act. Over." I could feel the weight of those words reverberate through the dispatch center, as if they were a harbinger of more pain yet to come. The voices on the other end of the line spoke of neighbors barricading their homes, of shuttered windows and locked doors in quiet suburban streets. A community gripped by the realization that the monster who stalked 321 Maple Street might not be finished. In the clinical cadence of our communications, there was no room for sentiment. Every update was a calculated step toward containing the unimaginable. And yet, beneath the practiced calm lay an undeniable undercurrent of horror, a recognition that sometimes the most terrifying truths are the ones that settle in the silence between the words. I stayed by my terminal, the dim glow of the screens illuminating my fatigued face, as I carefully documented the progression of the night's events. Every detail was a testament to the resilience of those fighting to reclaim a semblance of normalcy, even as every coded transmission spoke of lives forever altered by the chill of unrelenting fear. And as the forensic team prepared to transport their findings to a secure lab, I couldn't help but wonder whether the vast network of evidence we were amassing was merely the tip of an iceberg, a hidden darkness that had woven itself so seamlessly into the fabric of our daily lives that its unveiling would leave us questioning the very nature of our reality. Even as the first tentative beams of sunlight began to mark the horizon, the echoes of that night, the fragmented whispers, the coded commands, the desperate pleas, remained imprinted in every moment of our collective memory. And in that lingering silence, as the chaos slowly subsided into an uneasy calm, one unshakable thought persisted, clawing at the edges of my mind. Was the horror we had witnessed confined to a single man's deranged world, or did it signal something far more insidious? A darkness that had slithered its way into the heart of our community, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a dread that would not easily fade away. As the investigation drew deeper into the murk of past secrets and present terror, a grim aura settled over every conversation, every dispatch, and every whispered exchange across the static-laden frequencies. In the following hours, long after most in Ashland would have found shelter from the night's horrors, the narrative of that single call expanded into a labyrinth of twisted motivations and unspeakable plans. I found myself relentlessly inputting details as more evidence was divulged over the radio. New witness accounts, additional forensic reports, and even confessions from frightened residents whose lives had been indirectly touched by the pervasive menace. At 3:10 a.m., The station's primary scanner lit up with a burst of rapid updates. Dispatch, this is Detective Monroe from the Cold Case Unit. We have reason to believe that the journal and logbook found at the scene are connected to at least 5 unsolved disappearances from our region over the last year. The entries reference specific locations, dates, and, disturbingly, some form of ritualistic behavior that could be linked to other violent acts in neighboring counties. I'm requesting immediate cooperation from all departments. Over. The shock in Detective Monroe's voice resonated across the channels, a clarion call that signaled the evolution of a case from a singular tragedy to a sprawling investigation with national implications. I quickly issued a directive. All units, be advised. This case now links to a series of cold cases. Check all available databases for matching patterns. I repeat, this is now a multi-jurisdictional operation. Coordinate with state and federal authorities if necessary. Over. The gravity of that message was underscored by a palpable quiet that followed on the other end of the line. A silence filled with both dread and the steadfast promise of justice. I could feel the hum of the dispatch center intensify as every operator, every officer, and every piece of evidence was drawn into the collective effort to confront a darkness that had, until that moment, remained hidden in plain sight. In a nearby mobile command unit parked discreetly outside the scene, Sergeant Linda Carter took stock of the situation with a steely resolve born from years on the force. Her voice, transmitted over a secured channel, was quiet but firm. "This is Sergeant Carter. We've set up a temporary command post and secured all perimeters. Forensic teams are swarming the building and its immediate vicinity. I'm in direct contact with Lieutenant Harris and will provide live updates on any new developments." Over. The measured cadence of her words exuded an authority that attempted to mask the inner turmoil of witnessing such human depravity firsthand. I could almost see the determination in her eyes as she coordinated with her colleagues. Each moment measured and deliberate, each command spoken as if to ward off the encroaching nightmares. Inside the evidence room at the station, I began digitizing every recorded detail from the night's events. Transcriptions of calls, photos of recovered artifacts, and minute-by-minute logs of the ongoing investigation. The glow of the monitor cast sharp shadows across the room, a stark reminder of the duality of our existence. Order meticulously recorded against the backdrop of chaos that defied capture by mere words. The digital clock on my desk ticked relentlessly forward, each second a silent testament to lives in limbo, to the fragile hope that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, we could seize fragments of truth. Around 3:45 a.m., a particularly disturbing call came through, one that had all the hallmarks of a witness on the brink of a nervous breakdown. "Dispatcher, this is Harold from the quiet cul-de-sac near the old mill. I just saw something, or someone, near the alley behind the apartment complex. It looked like a silhouette standing motionless as if waiting. I don't know if I should be reporting this, but I feel like there's more to this than one disturbed man. Over." I could hear his voice shake as he pleaded for validation that his terror was not merely a figment of an overactive imagination. "Harold, please remain where you are. Officers are en route to your area. Do not approach the location. Over," I assured him in a tone that, while professional, echoed with the unspoken horror that gripped us all. The possibility of an accomplice, or even a broader network of predators, was not something we could ignore now. It was a grim reality that demanded swift, coordinated action. As the early light of dawn began to seep through the station's blinds, the collective efforts of the police, forensic experts, and cold case detectives seemed to crystallize into a focused determination. Every piece of evidence, from the cryptic symbols etched into the wall of the suspect's hideout to the chilling narrative scrawled in his logbook, converged to reveal a meticulously orchestrated pattern of terror. The realization that this was the work of a man who understood the very systems we relied on, police protocols, emergency call procedures, even the routines of a tight-knit small town, filled me with an unrelenting sense of dread. I continued to document every development with a silent vow to capture even the most mundane of details. The voices over the radio, the rhythmic tapping of my keys, the steady buzz of the equipment all became part of a larger symphony of despair and defiance. Each update, no matter how technical or impersonal, carried the weight of lives forever altered by the monster hidden in the shadows. And as the station slowly began to stir with the tentative energy of a new day, I couldn't shake the foreboding thought that even as we pieced together the puzzle of these horrific events, a final, unspeakable twist remained on the horizon. A twist that would challenge everything we assumed about safety, trust, and the very nature of evil. The chill in the autumn air wasn't just from the temperature. It was a foreboding that crept into your bones, even as the orange glow of streetlights and the occasional flicker from distant windows suggested that tonight was meant for celebration. I was on routine patrol in Pine Grove, a small New England town that prided itself on its tight-knit community and time-worn traditions. Yet, as I made my way past neatly trimmed hedges and overgrown lawns littered with discarded plastic pumpkins, the radio burst to life with an urgent cadence that set my pulse racing. 10 to 50 in progress on Jefferson Street, respond immediately, came the terse command from dispatch. My mind spun with images of chaotic scenes, a violent crash, a home invasion, anything but the usual teenage mischief or overzealous decoration disputes that so often peppered our nights. Pulling my cruiser to the side of the road, I activated the flashing lights and radioed. "This is Unit 17, en route to Jefferson." "Over." The dispatcher's voice, taut and clipped, replied, "Copy, Unit 17. All units clear in your area. Proceed with caution." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my thoughts a mix of apprehension and routine professionalism. Pine Grove wasn't known for its high crime rate. Instead, its nights were usually punctuated by harmless pranks and the occasional drunken brawl. But something about this call felt different, more sinister. I arrived at a weathered colonial house on the far end of Jefferson Street, its once stately white facade now marred by chipped paint and overgrown ivy, a relic from another era. Before me, the front yard was transformed into a bizarre display of macabre theatrics, synthetic cobwebs draped from every eave, forlorn carved pumpkins with jagged teeth flickering in the dim light, and garish plastic figures positioned as if in homage to some forgotten carnival of horrors. Yet, what caught my attention, halting me in my tracks, was the figure suspended from a towering oak tree by a weathered rope. Its form hung unnaturally. The lifeless limbs contrasted against the carefully arranged decay of Halloween theatrics, and a sickly sweet odor of decomposition invaded my senses. I stepped out of the cruiser with measured caution, my boots crunching on a mosaic of dried leaves. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I'm at the scene. I see a suspended figure on the oak tree. Looks like a body. Requesting immediate backup and a coroner. Over," I reported in my most even tone. The radio crackled with static as the dispatcher's shocked voice responded, "Copy that, Unit 17, backup en route. Stand by." Every step I took towards that ghastly display was punctuated by the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot, a stark counterpoint to the racing of my thoughts. I remembered the countless tales of Halloween pranks and the occasional call about scary decorations that went horribly overboard, but nothing could have prepared me for this grim tableau. A cold sweat gathered on my brow as I approached the oak tree, my flashlight beam trembling slightly in my grip. 10-4, this is Unit 17, I murmured, my voice nearly drowned out by the wind rustling through brittle branches. The figure's features were disturbingly realistic, not the crude mold of a mannequin, but the stark realism of human flesh, now pallid and marred by decay. In that surreal moment, the boundary between a staged horror and the unyielding finality of death blurred into a single, horrifying truth. I heard the faint murmurs of neighbors watching from behind curtained windows, their hushed voices a chorus of dread and morbid curiosity. As I radioed for additional units, memories of past Halloween nights, filled with harmless mischief, laughter, and shared community spirit, turned to bitter recollections of loss and violence. The dispatcher's next words, clipped with urgency, brought me back to the present. Unit 17. Several calls have come in regarding that property. The witness describes multiple reports of disturbing decorations. No, sirens. A cadaver hanging in plain view. Please advise when you have the victim's identification. My eyes scanned the scene for any tags or signs on the body, and that's when I noticed a tattered identification badge clutched in the hand of the figure. It read, Richard Dodd, retired educator. I recalled the murmurs in town about Richard, an unassuming man with a troubled past, a quiet soul who had inadvertently become entangled in a bizarre sting operation involving online predators and vigilante justice. Tonight, his fate had become the macabre centerpiece of a Halloween that would forever scar Pine Grove's collective memory. I stepped back, the weight of the discovery settling heavily on my shoulders as I reached for my radio. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. Victim identified, Richard Dodd. We are now treating the scene as a possible homicide. Backup is on the way. Over. The radio fell silent for a few excruciating seconds before dispatch crackled back. Unit 17, copy that. Please secure the perimeter and preserve all evidence. Officers, maintain a safe distance. This is a potentially volatile scene. I noticed my heartbeat thundering in my ears as I crouched behind the cruiser, mentally preparing myself for a night that was rapidly spiraling out of control. In the distance, headlights carved through the darkness as backup units arrived, their arrival marked by the low hum of engines and the synchronized clatter of equipment. Officers in crisp uniforms and wide-brimmed hats moved methodically around the perimeter, setting up barriers and directing hesitant bystanders away. I recalled the many nights when our calls were met with derision. A few teenagers out for tricks, some locals complaining about vandalism, but never had we encountered a tableau so visceral in its terror. The scent of decay mingled with the autumn chill, a grim reminder that sometimes the line between performance and reality is irrevocably thin. Within moments, the atmosphere transformed from one of cautious inquiry to an oppressive tension that seemed to compress the very air. I observed an elderly neighbor, her hands trembling as she dialed 911, her voice quavering with barely concealed horror. Please, you have to help me. There's something out there, she stammered. Her words, though muffled by shock, carried a weight that suggested she'd seen more than just a body. Her plea left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of how deeply trauma can embed itself into the fabric of a community. The coroner's team, clad in somber blue and armed with grim determination, began their meticulous work under the stark glare of portable floodlights. I lingered at the edge of the cordoned area, my senses heightened as each detail was scrutinized. The position of the rope around the victim's neck, the angle of the body, the faint traces of blood that marred the autumn leaves. Every nuance was a clue, a piece of a puzzle that stretched far beyond the confines of this one Halloween tragedy. I found myself murmuring, half to myself, who would do this? And why now? The question reverberated through the empty spaces of the street, as if echoed by the ghosts of past misdeeds. A sudden burst of static on my radio snapped me from my reverie. Unit 17, be advised. Report of multiple calls in from neighbors, witnessing strange lights and figures moving near the edge of Maple Avenue, approximately 2 blocks east. Proceed to monitor. The unexpected report was a stark reminder that in a night like this, the entire town could become part of an unfolding nightmare. I hesitated, torn between following protocol and the nagging intuition that every moment brought us closer to a revelation too dark to fathom. I decided to split my focus, leaving a fellow officer to secure the immediate scene as I cautiously drove towards Maple Avenue. The route was familiar. The same winding roads I'd navigated countless times. But tonight, everything seemed distorted, as if reality itself were trying to warn me. The radio remained intermittently active, pieces of fragmented dialogue filling the silence. 10-4, Unit 23. I'm on Maple Avenue, unconfirmed sighting of a figure in a hooded jacket, moving erratically near the old Miller barn. The farm, long abandoned and shrouded in local superstition, had become an emblem of Pine Grove's darker underbelly. As I reached the intersection, the moon played hide-and-seek behind drifting clouds, casting eerie shadows that danced on the cracked pavement. Pulling over, I parked near a line of dormant houses bathed in the dim glow of streetlights. The radio crackled again. Dispatch, this is Unit 17, arrived at Maple Avenue. Visual confirms a hooded individual near Miller Barn, requesting additional support to secure the area. Potential active threat, over. My voice remained calm, despite the knot of tension in my stomach, for I had learned long ago that control over one's emotions was paramount in moments like this. I stepped out of the cruiser, my boots sinking into the damp, leaf-strewn ground as I proceeded with deliberate caution, my heart pounding, as though it were trying to escape the confines of my chest. Every detail was catalogued in my mind. The unmistakable scent of damp earth mixed with a faint, acrid tang. The low murmur of a conversation drifting from a nearby house, and the brittle rustling of wind through decaying branches. I signaled silently to the officer who had arrived on the scene before me, and together we advanced toward the barn. The vicinity was eerily silent, punctuated only by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft rustle of wind. Approaching the barn, I heard muffled voices, a rapid exchange of words that hinted at desperation, fear, or perhaps something far more sinister. 10-4, hold position. I'm moving in, I whispered into my radio, careful not to startle any potential threat. Inside the barn's gaping entrance, shadows played tricks on the eyes. My flashlight cut a narrow beam through the darkness, revealing scattered objects and dusty remnants of forgotten seasons. There, in one of the far corners, I saw movement. A flash of dark fabric, a glimmer of something metallic. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I've got eyes on a suspect. Confirm location, Miller Barn, Maple Avenue, I reported, my voice a mixture of controlled calm and urgency. The suspect darted behind an old stack of hay bales, and as I advanced, I could almost feel the oppressive weight of the night closing in. Every step echoed like a drumbeat through the silent expanse, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning of something that defied explanation. For what felt like an eternity, I searched the barn, my senses on high alert. Every creak of wood, every whisper of wind seemed laden with meaning. The intermittent chatter on the radio from other units created a tapestry of overlapping narratives, each one suggesting that Pine Grove, on this fateful Halloween night, was a stage for horrors beyond anyone's control. As I reached the far side of the barn, my flashlight illuminated a scattering of personal belongings. A faded leather jacket, a set of keys glinting in the dark, And, a shock to my system, a single red scarf stained in what appeared to be dried blood. I paused, hardened my throat, and radioed, "Dispatch, suspect remains in custody." Negative. I found evidence. Red scarf, keys, possibly belonging to the subject. I need to secure this and have forensics take over the area. Over. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with the weight of unspoken truths. I couldn't shake the feeling that the events of tonight were interconnected. A tangled web of fate and human frailty that spanned from the abandoned colonial house to this forsaken barn. With measured steps, I secured the evidence bag and continued combing through the barn, each creak and groan of the ancient structure magnifying my awareness of our shared mortality. The minutes turned into what seemed like hours as I methodically documented every detail, every scrap of evidence in my voice recorder. By the time I stepped back outside, the night had deepened, the cold air now biting at exposed skin, and the echoes of the barn's secrets lingering in my mind. I radioed back. "Unit 17, I'm exiting Miller Barn." Evidence bag in hand, moving back to the cruiser. Over. The dispatcher's reply was clipped yet supportive. "Copy Unit 17, maintain visual on the scene. Backup and forensics are en route." As I returned to the cruiser, my thoughts churned with a mix of professional detachment and personal disquiet. There was something profoundly unsettling about tonight, something that hinted at a darkness lurking beneath the veneer of ordinary life in Pine Grove. A sudden gust of wind rattled the streetlights as I drove back toward the Jefferson property, rejoining the cluster of officers still investigating Richard Dodd's haunting display. I could sense the weight of every unanswered question in the charged atmosphere. A community grappling with both tangible crime and intangible dread. Neighbors huddled on sidewalks with wide, fearful eyes, and the whisper of speculation spread like wildfire among those who'd glimpsed the horrors of the night. "Is it real?" someone would murmur. "How could this happen in our town?" The normalcy of Pine Grove was irrevocably shattered, replaced by a nightmarish vision of betrayal, loss, and unimaginable horror. Within the cruiser, as I reviewed my notes and the evidence collected, a gnawing thought persisted. In moments of terror, we often find that the true enemy is not a single perpetrator, but the collective darkness that dwells in our midst. A darkness that can turn celebration into tragedy in the span of a heartbeat. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my mind, when the radio crackled to life once again. "Unit 17, 10-4. Multiple witnesses are reporting a figure in a dark coat heading west on Jefferson. Repeat, unidentified subject on foot. Approach with caution. Over." That was the end of one chapter, and the beginning of yet another descent into a night that seemed to have no end. I gripped the steering wheel tightly as I prepared to follow this new lead, the ominous glow of the dashboard lights mixing with the ever-present fear of the unknown. The clock ticked relentlessly onward, and with every passing minute, the line between reality and nightmare blurred further. I found myself, not long after my return to the scene of Richard Dodd's grim fate, retracing my steps along Jefferson Street. The once familiar houses now bore the marks of an unsettling transformation. The flickering neon of porch lights cast warped silhouettes on weathered fences, and the murmurs of residents hinted at secrets too ghastly to confront openly. I parked my cruiser near a modest duplex on Jefferson, its address reading 128, and stepped out into the biting chill of the late autumn night. My radio was incessantly alive with updates. Unit 17, multiple calls from 128 Jefferson. Neighbors reporting strange noises, ghastly shadows, and even the distinct sound of heavy breathing in empty hallways. Over. The duplex, normally a symbol of suburban tranquility, now emanated an aura of menace. The front yard was strewn with hastily discarded candy wrappers and torn newspaper clippings that mentioned rising local crime rates, a detail that on any other night would have been dismissed as mere urban legend. But tonight, everything felt amplified by the terror that clung to every corner of this small town. I approached the building slowly, my senses on high alert. My hand hovered near my holstered sidearm as I pressed my ear to the cool surface of the front door, listening. Faint sounds of whispered conversation and hurried footsteps seeped from within, punctuated by occasional creaks that suggested movement deeper inside. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I'm at 128 Jefferson. I hear voices inside. Requesting immediate backup and a tactical unit. Over." The response was a crackle of urgency. "Copy. Unit 17. Backup en route. Hold position and keep your line of sight clear." I took cover behind a weathered planter, my breath visible in the cold air. Every nerve was alight with anticipation. Every minute stretched into an eternity of suspense. My mind raced with possibilities. Could this be connected to the display at the oak tree? Was this another staged scene, or worse, evidence of something far more demented? My thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the door flung open, and a figure staggered out, half-dressed in a rumpled suit, and an expression of raw terror etched across his face. "Officer!" he gasped, his voice trembling as he raised both arms in a plea for mercy. Please, you have to help me. I heard them. I heard voices coming from all over, people screaming, and I saw someone in the window, in the attic." His words tumbled out in a desperate rush, each syllable saturated with panic. I stepped forward, keeping my voice low and soothing as I said, "Sir, calm down." "I'm here. Can you tell me what you saw exactly?" His eyes darted around wildly, as if expecting the unseen menace to materialize at any moment. It's like they're all here, all of them, whispering secrets in the dark. I just hid in the closet, hoping they wouldn't find me," he stuttered, the horror in his tone unmistakable. I gestured toward the cruiser, urging him to follow me out to a safer distance. As we retreated to the relative shelter of my vehicle, I radioed for medical assistance and additional investigative support. The man's details, his coarse New England accent, the tremor in his voice, the sweat bead marking his distress, added to the tapestry of terror that now defined this night. Even as the sirens began to wail in the distance, the man's terrified recounting of disembodied voices and fleeting images of shadowed figures felt all too real. It wasn't long before the tactical unit arrived, and the scene transformed into a coordinated effort. Officers combed through the duplex, established perimeter cordons, and began interrogating frantic residents whose whispered accounts painted a picture of a nightmarish invasion of their safe haven. I found myself standing just outside the building, the cold wind biting at my face, lost in thought as the events unfolded. The surreal nature of the night, the relentless series of unsettling episodes, all of it coalesced into an overwhelming sense of dread. There was a profound disconnect between the cheerful expectation of Halloween and the visceral terror now gripping Pine Grove. I couldn't help but think about my own team, huddled in the dim light, each of us trying to process the cascade of horrors that were unfolding in real time. 10-4, Unit 17. I whispered into the radio. This isn't just mischief or vandalism. It's like someone, or something, is orchestrating a symphony of fear, and we're caught in the middle. My voice barely carried above the howling wind as I continued to scan the darkened street for any sign of the mysterious orchestrator. The tactical officer in charge, a grizzled veteran with decades of service behind him, approached and muttered, "Stay sharp, son." we're dealing with a case that's unlike any other. This isn't your run-of-the-mill disturbance. There's something off here, something that makes your blood run cold." His words resonated with every officer in the vicinity, fueling the determination to get to the bottom of the mystery, despite the overwhelming fear that gripped us all. Inside the duplex, I later learned, evidence had been collected that hinted at a disturbing trend. Family photos were strewn across the floor in disarray, and cryptic messages were scrawled in red ink on the walls. Messages that seemed to target not only the household, but the entire neighborhood. The forensic team painstakingly documented every detail, while the dispatcher kept us updated with snippets of caller reports from terrified residents. One elderly woman, barely coherent, whispered about a long-forgotten legend of a vengeful spirit roaming Pine Grove, while a troubled teenager nervously recounted seeing a figure in a black coat lurking near the doorway of his home. Every account, though disparate in its details, contributed to an atmosphere of collective dread. Back outside, as the night deepened further and the temperature plummeted, the neon glow of emergency lights bathed the street in an eerie luminescence, accentuating the fear etched on every face. I sat in the cruiser, reviewing my logs, trying to piece together the disparate threads of evidence with the precision of a detective determined to salvage the truth from chaos. The radio continued with rapid-fire updates. Unit 17, be advised, 10-7 on suspect movement near South Pine Park. Over. That brief, clipped message was like a clarion call to arms, a reminder that the darkness was not confined to a single location but was seeping into every corner of the town. My mind whirled with the possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Had someone deliberately targeted Pine Grove on Halloween? Was this the work of a deranged individual, or was there a more sinister force at play, one that manipulated events like the strings of a ghastly marionette? The unanswered questions gnawed at me as I prepared for my next move, each decision weighted by the potential cost of another innocent life falling prey to the relentless terror of the unknown. Before long, I received another directive from dispatch. Unit 17, your presence is requested back at Jefferson Street. There's been an escalation. Witnesses now report that the atmosphere around the Colonial House is shifting. Shadows moving where none should be. Over. With a deep, steadying breath, I acknowledged and turned my cruiser back toward the original scene, the wheels crunching along the frost-hardened pavement as I raced against a night that refused to relinquish its deadly secrets. Back at the Jefferson property, the environment had morphed into a macabre stage of shifting shadows and mounting tension. I parked near the perimeter where a cluster of officers maintained a careful distance from the cordoned-off scene. The coroner's team had wrapped up their preliminary examination of Richard Dodd's body, and forensic experts meticulously combed every inch of the site. Yet, an unsettling energy still permeated the air, a palpable anxiety that suggested the night's horrors were far from over. The street was alive with the low hum of radios, the murmur of voices, and the distant wail of sirens that painted an auditory backdrop to this unfolding tragedy. I joined Officer Martinez, a seasoned investigator with salt and pepper hair and tired eyes that had witnessed more Halloween nightmares than he cared to recount. "Martinez, you seeing this?" I asked, gesturing toward the oak tree where Richard Dodd's cadaver still hung grotesquely among the fake cobwebs and plastic bats. He nodded slowly, his face etched with a grim resignation. "I've seen a lot of things in my years, Collins, but nothing quite like this. It's as if someone went to extraordinary lengths just to make a statement." His voice trailed off, leaving behind a silence heavy with unspoken implications. Just then, the radio crackled to life with a fresh alert. "Unit 17, Unit 23, be advised, New 911, call from an address at 57 Maple Lane. Caller reports inexplicable power outages, strange figures in the windows, and a pervasive feeling of dread. Over. Martinez and I exchanged a glance that confirmed what we both feared. Tonight was evolving into a sprawling tapestry of terror, its threads connecting disparate events into a narrative of collective horror. I turned to the dispatcher and confirmed my next move. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I'm en route to 57 Maple Lane to investigate the reported disturbances. Request immediate backup and preserve all scene integrity. Over. Driving through the winding streets that marked the transition from established neighborhoods to the more dilapidated outskirts, I couldn't help but notice how the night's oppressive fog swirled around lampposts and crept along the curbs. The local weather channel had earlier warned of low temperatures and intermittent fog, a perfect complement to the eerie unfolding of events. My mind raced through potential scenarios. Was this a coordinated effort by a single madman, or had something even more inexplicable seized hold of our town? At 57 Maple Lane, the scene was set against a backdrop of flickering streetlights and an unruly overgrowth that made the property appear abandoned, even as evidence of recent habitation was clear. Yellow police tape fluttered in the chill breeze as a team of officers and forensic experts worked in quiet, determined efficiency. I disembarked from my cruiser and made my way to the front door, my hand never straying far from my sidearm and radio. The door was ajar, creaking gently as if inviting intrusion. I approached slowly, calling out, "This is the police. Is anyone inside?" My voice, though calm, carried the unmistakable undercurrent of authority. There was a long pause before a soft, trembling voice responded from within. I'm here," said the voice, a young woman's voice quivering with fear. I gently pushed the door wider, revealing a modest living room dimly lit by the ambient glow of a single, flickering lamp. The room was in disarray, scattered personal belongings, overturned furniture, and a series of hastily scribbled messages on the walls in what appeared to be red ink. The message was simple, yet unsettling. "They're coming. They'll never leave." My pulse quickened as I stepped inside, every creak of the wooden floor a reminder of the fragile boundary between order and chaos. The young woman, no older than 25, emerged from behind a fallen armchair, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. "Officer, you have to help me," she pleaded. "I've been trapped here for hours. I hear them. I hear their voices, whispering from the corners, telling me to do unspeakable things." Her hands trembled as she clutched a damp washcloth to her face, a futile attempt to stem her tears. I knelt beside her, offering a calm reassurance that belied the tumult of my own thoughts. "Ma'am, I'm here. We'll get you out of this and we'll find out what's going on. Can you tell me exactly what you heard?" Her words tumbled out in a rapid, disjointed rush, describing disembodied voices echoing through empty hallways, fleeting shadows that darted just out of sight, and the constant gnawing sensation of being watched. I radioed for additional investigative support while carefully documenting her account. The forensic team had already begun processing the scene, collecting traces of what appeared to be dried blood, unidentified fibers, and fingerprints smeared in haste. The atmosphere was thick with fear and the raw, palpable intensity of a community in crisis. As I assisted the young woman in gathering her thoughts, the distant sound of footsteps and muffled voices from upstairs sent a shiver down my spine. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17. There's movement on the second floor at 57 Maple Lane. I'm proceeding upstairs to investigate. Over." The reply was immediate. "Copy that. Unit 17, backup is en route. Maintain visual contact." Ascending the creaky staircase, I felt as though I were venturing into another realm, one where the familiar laws of physics and sanity no longer applied. Each step was accompanied by the echo of my heartbeat, a relentless drum in the eerie stillness. At the top of the stairs I paused, shining my flashlight into a long corridor lined with closed doors, each a potential portal into further terror. The air was colder here, the silence deeper, as if every sound was swallowed by an unseen void. I pressed my ear against the first door, hearing nothing but the faint rustle of paper and what might have been a stifled sob. Moving cautiously from door to door, I eventually discovered that one of the rooms, its door slightly ajar, contained evidence of recent activity. Inside, the remnants of a hastily abandoned living space were scattered about. A toppled chair, a shattered mirror reflecting my own wide-eyed expression, and on the floor, a series of cryptic notes scrawled in a spidery hand. One note read simply, "They are not dead, they're among us." My stomach churned as I pieced together the fragments of fear left behind by a family whose normal lives had been shattered by an unseen horror. The implications were staggering, a coordinated terror, meticulously orchestrated to dismantle the very fabric of normalcy in Pine Grove. I carefully photographed every detail, my mind already racing ahead to the implications of these clues. Back downstairs, the young woman's eyes were red and swollen from hours of distress, and even as the tactical unit secured the premises, I couldn't shake the feeling that the nightmare was merely expanding its reach. Outside, neighbors continued to call in frantic reports, each one a piece of a disturbing mosaic. "They're here. I see them in my window," one voice insisted, while another reported a persistent tapping on the glass at precisely 9:47 p.m. The town, once a serene haven, was being consumed by a relentless terror that manifested both in our physical surroundings and in the collective psyches of its residents. Standing on the front porch, I allowed myself a brief moment of reflection, the weight of responsibility and the palpable fear of the night pressing down on me like a vice. I couldn't help but wonder if the events of tonight were the result of a singular, malevolent force, or a convergence of unrelated tragedies that had woven themselves into a tapestry of unimaginable horror. My radio crackled to life one final time before I left Maple Lane. "Unit 17, advise. Multiple calls are coming in from areas across Pine Grove. This isn't isolated. Over," I responded, voice heavy with resolve. "I copy that. Pine Grove is under siege. Our night is far from over. Unit 17 out." As I returned to my cruiser, the overwhelming question lingered in my mind like a dark specter. Who or what was truly behind this orchestrated nightmare? Hours later, and it felt as though time had dissolved into a continuous stream of dread, I found myself back at the heart of the Jefferson property. The scene had undergone yet another transformation. Backup units had now cordoned off not only the colonial house, but also the surrounding area, as local residents huddled behind curtains and barred doors. The atmosphere was saturated with an almost tangible desperation, punctuated by the clipped voices of officers relaying updates and the intermittent blare of sirens cutting through the oppressive silence. I retrieved my notebook from the dashboard of the cruiser and began to replay every detail of the night in my mind. The discovery of Richard Dodd's lifeless body, a body that had once belonged to a man known for his quiet dignity, now loomed as an icon of the cruelty that had befallen our town. My thoughts turned over the cryptic clues left behind. The red scarf found in the abandoned barn at Maple Avenue, the frantic testimony of the young woman at 57 Maple Lane, and the whispered accounts of shadowy figures moving through neighborhoods once familiar and safe. Each element, on its own, might have been dismissed as an overzealous imagination fueled by Halloween superstitions. but together they formed a pattern that was as unnerving as it was inexplicable. I pulled out my radio and began dictating a detailed account, my voice measured and deliberate as I recounted every piece of evidence and every overheard conversation. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I'm compiling a full report of tonight's events. Multiple scenes have been activated, from Jefferson to Maple Lane, and every call, every witness seems to connect in ways that defy conventional explanation. I'm invoking Protocol 1098. Request that all investigative teams coordinate immediately. Over. The dispatcher's measured tone acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Her reply a terse, "Copy, Unit 17. All units coordinate under Central Command. Stand by for further instructions." I couldn't shake the sensation of being caught in the eye of a storm, a maelstrom of human vulnerability and terror that threatened to pull us all under. I recalled the moments earlier when the old neighbor, barely audible behind her locked door, had murmured about a presence that had haunted her for years. A presence that some in Pine Grove believed was cursed to rise each Halloween. Whether the old legends held any truth or were merely manifestations of collective anxiety, I couldn't dismiss the possibility that tonight's events might be echoing those very tales. As the night deepened and the wind picked up, the rain began to fall in sparse, cold drops, each one a reminder of the relentless passage of time and the inexorable march of fate. In the distance, the muted sound of a door slamming, the frantic whispers of residents, and the ever-present hum of police radios all fused into a singular, terrifying rhythm. I made my way back to my cruiser and attempted to process the enormity of the night. Each minute, each second, was etched with dread and urgency. I activated my voice recorder again and spoke softly, as though addressing an unseen audience. I've witnessed tonight a tapestry of horror that defies logic. From the lifeless husk of Richard Dodd to the inexplicable phenomena reported across Pine Grove, we are entrenched in an ordeal that challenges the very notion of safety. I am not sure if what we are experiencing is the result of human depravity or something far beyond our comprehension. All I know is that tonight, fear has become our reality. That quiet moment of introspection was shattered by the sudden intrusion of another 911 call, this time from a residential street on the outskirts of town. Unit 17, new call from 212 Birch Road. Caller reports a figure in a dark coat approaching the residence, arms outstretched, as if beckoning. Over. I looked up at the sky as the rain intensified into a sporadic drizzle. In that fleeting moment, the world outside my windshield seemed to blur into a mosaic of shifting shadows and uncertain threats. I knew I had no choice but to respond, to continue plunging into the heart of this nightmare, even as every fiber of my being screamed to turn away. As I sped away from the Jefferson scene, the siren in my rearview mirror a constant reminder of the chaos unfolding in our once peaceful town, I couldn't help but feel that this night was designed to test every boundary of human endurance. Every step I took, every command on the radio, carried the weight of lives in peril and the heavy burden of truth waiting to be unearthed. Pine Grove, with its quiet streets and unassuming corners, had transformed into a stage where the unthinkable had become the norm. And as the rain began to wash away the remnants of our former reality, one thought resonated louder than any other. Was this night merely an aberration? A twisted series of coincidences? Or the unveiling of a darkness that had long festered in the heart of our community? In the final hours before dawn, when the veil between night and day was thinnest, the town of Pine Grove stood at the precipice of a revelation that none of us were prepared for. I received a radio call that sent a chill through my already battle-worn nerves. Unit 17. Immediate response required at 45 Highland Avenue. Multiple 911 calls indicate disturbances of an unprecedented nature. Screams, pounding on windows, and an unidentified presence in the neighborhood. Over. Highland Avenue, lined with stately Victorian homes and manicured lawns, had always been a symbol of the town's genteel prosperity. Tonight, however, it was about to bear witness to a phenomenon that would redefine our understanding of fear. I arrived at 45 Highland Avenue to find a scene that defied all conventional explanation. The house, usually the epitome of suburban comfort, was darkened behind drawn curtains. Yet the front yard told a different story. Neon markers delineated a police perimeter, and officers in tactical gear surveyed the area with grim determination. Through shattered windows, I could glimpse signs of a frantic scuffle, a combination of frantic attempts at barricading entrances and the remnants of hasty escapes. The air was thick with tension and the unmistakable tang of smoke, as if some unseen fire of chaos had momentarily ignited within. Inside the house, the atmosphere was one of near panic. Families huddled together in dim rooms, eyes wide with terror as they recounted the inexplicable details of what had transpired. I moved methodically through the chaos, my every step guided by the protocols ingrained in me over years of service. 10-4, this is Unit 17. I'm on the scene at Highland. I need a full sweep of the building and any available details on the reported disturbances. Over. A nervous voice crackled back in response. Unit 17, this is Officer Daniels at the door. We're hearing voices. So many voices. Not human, not quite. They whisper in tones that chill you to the bone. Over. The words hung in the air like a curse, a desperate attempt to articulate a horror that defied rational description. As I moved from room to room, every detail painted a picture of a nightmare in progress. One family was gathered near the fireplace, where soot and broken glass testified to an altercation that had erupted moments before. Another scene, a corridor lined with family photographs that now seemed to mock the collapse of normalcy, was the setting for whispered confessions of a presence that had invaded their sanctuary. My radio buzzed again with an update. Unit 17, be advised. Suspect sighted in a side yard, wearing a dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat, moving in an almost deliberate manner. Approach with extreme caution. Over. I paused, scanning the dimly lit exterior with my flashlight until I spied a solitary figure moving methodically along the perimeter fence. In a voice tight with controlled urgency, I radioed, Unit 17 to all units. Suspect in sight at 45 Highland. Requesting immediate visual confirmation and backup support. Over. The suspect's movements were unsettlingly deliberate, as if he were performing a ritual rather than fleeing a scene of terror. Every step he took exuded an eerie calm, as though he was both an observer and an active participant in the unfolding horror. I followed at a distance, my instincts tuned to every subtle gesture, every slight pause. The streets were silent save for the low murmur of radios and my own measured breathing. I recalled the earlier events of the night, the corpse of Richard Dodd, the frantic accounts from Maple Lane, the eerie whimpers in the duplex, and wondered if this mysterious figure was the nexus of it all, an enigma orchestrating these acts of terror with a precision that defied human frailty. As the early whispers of dawn crept over the horizon, the mysterious figure disappeared into the labyrinth of back alleys that threaded through Highland's quieter lanes. The suspect's vanishing act only deepened the mystery. Officers and detectives swarmed the scene with renewed urgency, collating witness statements and scouring the premises for any trace of this elusive man. In the midst of the turmoil, I found a moment to retreat to my cruiser, my mind a jumbled mosaic of fear, confusion, and grim determination. I recorded a final note in my log, my voice barely audible over the din. This night has transcended any rational explanation. The chain of events, from the grotesque display at Jefferson to the haunting disturbances at Maple Lane and Highland, seems linked by an intelligence that is both deliberate and chilling. I am left to wonder if our town's descent into terror is the work of a single malevolent force, or a collective curse born of our own unspoken sins. Even as the first rays of sunlight broke through the dissipating fog, the questions remained unanswered, a haunting refrain in a town that would forever bear the scars of that Halloween night. I sat in my cruiser long after the scene was cordoned off, the silence punctuated only by the fading echoes of sirens and the whispered confessions of those who had witnessed the unthinkable. In that quiet moment before the call for a full debrief, one final message came through on the radio, a cryptic, almost mocking statement that sent a chill down my spine. Unit 17, this is dispatch. We've received one last 911 call. Caller says, "You think it's over? It's just beginning." It started on a bitter November night in Eastwood, a small Midwestern town where the chill in the air was almost palpable, and every siren's wail cut through the silence like a knife. I remember it clearly. My shift at Central Dispatch was dragging on when an unusual 911 call came through, shattering the monotony of routine check-ins. The clock on my console read 23:42. I was sitting in a cramped dispatch booth at the Eastwood Public Safety Communications Center, headphones snug over my ears, when a trembling female voice pleaded, "Help me. Please, I'm trapped." The caller's voice was raw, edged with palpable terror, and every syllable seemed to carry the weight of unimaginable despair. 10-4, 10-7, dispatch. Please remain calm and try to describe your surroundings, I instructed, my own voice steadier than I felt. The background noise was barely audible, a low hum of anxious static, punctuated by the intermittent beeping of line monitors, and it was obvious that the woman was alone in her cramped, shadowy environment. Her address was garbled at first, over at 5322 Maple, no, Magnolia. But eventually she muttered, with a quaver that made my heart sink, 5322 Magnolia Avenue, Eastwood. I quickly relayed the pertinent details into our system, the digital clock ticking away as seconds stretched into agonizing minutes. Within moments, the call sparked a series of rapid-fire updates on our radios. Unit 12, respond to a possible 1050 at Magnolia Avenue. Caller states she's trapped upstairs. Almost simultaneously, Officer Rick Mason's gravelly voice came over my channel. Dispatch, this is Unit 12 en route. ETA 4 minutes, copy 10 to 50. I could hear a faint background murmur from his cruiser as he sped toward 5322 Magnolia Avenue. Minutes later, as I monitored the escalating situation, more calls began flooding in, each one layering fresh dread on an already foreboding canvas. Someone mentioned seeing unusual lights flickering inside an old house on the block, while another reported eerie sounds drifting from an apparently abandoned building across the street. I kept my voice as calm as possible, reading off my script. "Ma'am, stay on the line with me. I'm sending help. Try to find a safe spot if you can. Do you see any windows or doors you can use?" The response was fragmented, a stuttering whisper about a narrow attic window and the constant, oppressive sound of pounding water. The caller's voice, punctuated by gasps and a kind of resigned terror, made it clear that every moment was crucial. I updated the call takers as a backup unit was dispatched, my fingers trembling on the keyboard as I documented every detail. Each new piece of information, the address confirmation, the caller's description of a dim, cramped interior with peeling wallpaper, and her repeated insistence that something was coming etched itself into my memory. When Officer Mason arrived, he radioed in, Unit 12 on scene. The front door is ajar. Building appears to be empty, requesting additional units for a full sweep. His voice, usually firm and measured, wavered ever so slightly as he reported the scene. Inside the modest, weathered house, there were clear signs of a frantic departure. Dishes left on the counter, a single rocking chair swaying by an open window, and a trail of muddy footprints leading up the narrow hallway to a door marked attic. I immediately relayed this back. Dispatch to all units, be advised, we have confirmed activity at 5322 Magnolia Avenue. Caller's voice was last heard coming from the upper level. Proceed with extreme caution. Inside, the creaking wooden steps spiraled upward into darkness. I could hear Officer Mason's low, cautious commentary over the radio. I'm at the base of the stairs. Floorboards creak with every step. It's like the house is alive. His words sent a shiver down my spine as I listened intently, my breath catching in my throat. I couldn't help but feel that something was off. This was not a simple case of a distressed caller. The urgency, the almost desperate tone in her words hinted at a predicament that extended beyond a mere home invasion or runaway situation. Minutes later, a frantic whisper exploded over the radio from Mason. Dispatch, I found a phone on the landing. It's still on, but dead. They must have dropped it in haste. I'm checking the attic now. As the scene unfolded, another radio call cut through our channel. 10-4, dispatch. Unit 14 to backup. Please advise, have you secured the perimeter? My skin crawled as I listened to the murmurs of anxious officers confirming that all possible access points were being combed through. I meticulously updated the system with every new radio exchange. Unit 12, confirm. Did you see any movement in the attic? Negative, dispatch. But I heard faint, unexplainable sounds, like muffled whispers and soft thuds, as if someone, or something, was shifting around in the darkness. Copy that. Proceed with extreme caution. Backup is en route. Outside, the cool night had turned into a biting wind that whipped through the empty streets of Eastwood, tossing fallen leaves into chaotic spirals. In the silence between calls, I could almost hear the thunder of my own heartbeat. The dispatch board's harsh fluorescent glare highlighted every detail, the local time stamped in bold, every unit's code meticulously recorded, and for a moment, it felt like the entire emergency network was holding its breath, waiting for what was to come next. Then there was the voice of the caller, returning in a faint but urgent burst. I can hear them. Footsteps, coming from below. I can't hide up here. The window is too small. I'm so scared. Please, someone help me. My fingers flew over the keys, registering her every word, every pause. I responded calmly, "Ma'am, stay with me. I have backup on the way. Find a place where you can be less exposed. If the window is too small, perhaps a corner near a sturdy object will help shield you." But her reply was a shaky whisper, punctuated by a strangled sob. And then the line went dead, cut off by an unknown static that reverberated ominously. I could sense that something deeply disturbing was unfolding, a palpable shift in the air as the narrative of that house and that lonely, terror-stricken caller meshed with the routine rhythm of police operations. I called over my station's internal chat, typing hurriedly, "All units, be advised." The caller's line dropped abruptly. Verify if her call got disconnected or if something happened on scene. There was no immediate reply. Instead, a heavy silence filled the channel as officers worked on the ground. My heart pounded as I rechecked the logs and coordinated with supervisory staff to ensure all protocols were being followed. Every moment felt as if I were suspended in time, wondering if I was part of a nightmare that even our extensive emergency systems couldn't contain. The stark realism of that night in Eastwood was underscored by every detail. The clockwork precision of our 911 system clashing with the disorder of human fear. The authentic crackle of radio static mixing with whispered pleas, and the relentless pursuit of truth among a haze of chilling ambiguity. I could still hear Mason's measured footsteps echoing up those wooden stairs and his soft exclamation, "Dispatch, something's not right," as he reached the attic door, each word a portent of the horror that lay ahead. Inside the attic, amid collapsed boxes and faded photographs, Officer Mason's flashlight revealed signs of a struggle. Walls bore faint smeared marks that looked unnervingly like handprints, and a broken mirror lay shattered near a heap of discarded letters. His breath caught in his throat as he recounted over the radio. "There are signs here. Signs that someone was desperately trying to leave. I'm not sure if it's human or something else." Every word he transmitted sent ripples through the team on the ground, shattering any remaining semblance of routine. I listened, entranced and horrified, as he continued detailing the grim scene. By now, the lines of communication were fraught with tension, every officer's measured tone belying the inner turmoil that this inexplicable case was unleashing. I sat there, recording every detail, my mind racing with questions that would haunt me long after that night. The crisp sound of radio chatter, the echo of approaching footsteps, and the whispered utterances of an unseen presence all contributed to a growing dread that defied easy explanation. One by one, every single log of that call, every mundane detail of procedure, coalesced into a tapestry of despair and mystery that I knew would define my years of service to the force. In the long, drawn-out minutes that followed, as backup units swarmed the premises and every officer painstakingly combed every inch of the dilapidated building, there was no sign of the desperate caller or any clear trace of an intruder. The attic phone lay silent on the floor, its screen dark, as if it had witnessed secrets too monstrous to reveal. Despite the thoroughness of the search, it seemed that the horror which had ignited this chain of events had vanished into the very fabric of that old house, leaving behind only chilling evidence and unanswered questions. I sat at my console for what felt like an eternity, my mind oscillating between relief and dread, questioning whether the face of tragedy had been fleeting or if it was a glimpse into a deeper, darker reality. The night closed in around Eastwood, the wind howling through empty streets, as if mourning the lives touched by that single, desperate call. And though the physical evidence was scant, the emotional scars etched into every word, every pause on that emergency line, were undeniable. A stark reminder that some calls echo far beyond the reach of our ordinary world. As I reluctantly prepared to sign off that shift, I couldn't shake the overwhelming sensation that what had transpired at 5322 Magnolia Avenue was just the beginning of something far more sinister. An event that defied explanation and blurred the lines between reality and nightmare. The memory of that night haunted me, each faded detail a ghost that whispered, "This is only the start." The subsequent hours on the call log and the official report would mention nothing more than unexplained disturbance and disconnected call. But I knew deep within that there lay a story that the cold, hard metrics of our dispatch system could never capture. And as the clock edged past midnight into the uncertain realm of early morning, I sat alone in the dispatch center, grappling with the unsettling realization that sometimes the truth is far more terrifying than any fabricated nightmare. Later that night, and into the early hours of the following day, the investigation took an unexpected turn. I was called in for a debriefing, my chair creaking in the dimly lit meeting room at Eastwood Police Headquarters. Captain Douglas, a grizzled veteran with more than 3 decades of service under his belt, addressed us in a low, gravely tone. We received multiple reports tonight of unusual disturbances along Magnolia Avenue. I want every officer to review their recordings carefully. There's something here that doesn't add up, something that might go beyond a simple break-in. His eyes swept over the room, lingering on my face as if seeking confirmation that I, too, had seen what we all had witnessed. The room was heavy with exhaustion and a pervasive sense of dread. I recalled the fragmented recordings from the call and the desperate pleas of the caller. The sound of her uneven breathing, her whispered implorations, and the inexplicable static that punctuated her voice. Captain Douglas continued, "I'm aware of past incidents in similar cases. There have been whispers of unresolved cases, unsolved disappearances tied to this area. We're not ruling anything out, but I need absolute clarity on every detail." The debriefing became an extended session of sharing first-hand experiences and reviewing tape after tape of the radio calls. Lieutenant Sarah Hayes, known for her unwavering professionalism even under pressure, recounted how the dispatch operator's voice had quavered. Her fear was palpable, as if she was not just terrified of an intruder, but of something unseen, something defying explanation. Hayes's measured tone, combined with the cold, calculated articulation of facts and timelines, created an atmosphere of eerie precision. Every tick of the clock seemed to echo the woman's final, desperate words. I found myself repeatedly recalling the midnight radio exchange, the sound of Officer Mason's cautious footsteps along the creaky stairs, the whispered queries into the void of that attic, and the weight of silence after the call had abruptly ended. As I narrated these details during the debriefing, it felt as if each word carried the burden of a reality too grim to grasp fully. Dispatch recorded every nuance, the timestamps, the tone, even the background noise, I explained, my voice low and steady. But the caller, she wasn't just another victim. There was something in her voice, a raw terror that spoke of a deeper darkness. Detective Franklin, who had been quietly scribbling in his notebook, interjected with a thoughtful frown. "We've seen similar patterns before. Cases where the evidence is minimal but the terror is unmistakable. It almost seems as if the victim is caught between worlds, unable to let go yet unable to reach help." His words hung in the air, a sinister observation that resonated with the experiences of that long, cold night. Captain Douglas then instructed us to gather every scrap of evidence, every log entry and every radio transcript from that night. "We need to build a timeline," he asserted. "Every unit that responded, every minor detail, could be the thread that unravels this mystery." Over the next several hours, our team pored over meticulous details. The exact timestamps, the weather reports. The temperature had dropped to 28 degrees Fahrenheit with intermittent gusts of icy wind, and the precise location of the incident on Magnolia Avenue. Even the mundane details, such as a flickering street lamp near the curb and the slight rust on the doorknobs of that aging house, were noted down with the precision of a forensic report. The thorough debrief left me haunted yet determined. In the following days, as the investigation was escalated to a task force examining a series of inexplicable disturbances along the periphery of Eastwood, I couldn't help but replay that call in my mind over and over. I spent sleepless nights revisiting every nuance of the conversation with the caller, a voice filled with terror, punctuated by gasps and stifled sobs. My nights were tormented by dreams of that creaking attic, the shattered remnants of a desperate struggle, and the eerie, hollow eyes of a figure I might have imagined. It wasn't merely the possibility of a criminal act or a frantic break-in that troubled me. It was the unsettling feeling that, in that fading moment, The boundary between the natural and the inexplicable had blurred. The official report filed noted the standard procedure: a full sweep of the residence, a thorough documentation of physical evidence, and a series of follow-up interviews with nearby residents. The neighbor on the adjacent property, Mr. Leonard, a retired electrician with a gruff demeanor softened only by his evident concern, recited in measured tones how he had heard what he described as distinctive, anguished voices on that fateful night. I heard someone crying out in agony, intermingled with sounds that weren't just human, more like whispers carried by the wind. It made the hairs on my neck stand up, he told the investigators, his words recorded word for word. His account corroborated the chilling atmosphere reported by Officer Mason, while also aligning with the haunting absence of any discernible human presence by the time investigators arrived. That series of hours at the station, of painstaking review and endless questioning, left every one of us with the same unsettling conclusion, one that defied rational explanation. Somewhere in that dilapidated building on Magnolia Avenue, something inexplicable had occurred. The evidence was scant. The reports, though vivid, could not be corroborated by physical proof. Yet the emotional weight of that call, the raw and desperate plea for help, echoing in every bite of the recording, continued to haunt me. Even now, as I prepare to recount these events, I sense an aura of foreboding that whispers that our understanding of the incident is forever shrouded in darkness, a darkness that may never be fully illuminated by reason. As the first rays of a pale, cold dawn crept into the room, I left the briefing with a sense of profound disquiet. I couldn't escape the whisper in my mind that maybe, just maybe, the boundaries of our known world had been breached that night, and that the impossible terror we encountered was a glimpse into a reality we are neither meant to understand nor control. The investigation had only just begun to scratch at the surface of a mystery that was as old as time itself, and every piece of evidence seemed to suggest that the horror at Magnolia Avenue was merely the overture to an even darker, more incomprehensible truth. In the following days, the relentless rain that had set in over Eastwood added another layer of desolation to an already grim investigation. I found myself reviewing countless logs and recordings in the hushed solitude of the dispatch center, a place that suddenly felt as if it were suspended in time and shadow. Each call, each terse radio exchange from that night was like a puzzle piece from a scene too surreal to believe was real. The Weather Bureau had reported continuous rain and sleet with temperatures hovering near freezing, a fitting backdrop to the terror that had unfolded. On the record, every minute detail was documented. The exact coordinates of Magnolia Avenue, the time-stamped logs from our units, and even the subtle nuances of the conversations between first responders. I remember the precise moment when a follow-up call came in. A call from a local resident named Teresa, whose voice was barely above a whisper. "I live 2 houses down from Magnolia," she said, her tone a mix of concern and confusion. "I saw the flashing lights and heard the commotion, but when I looked out my window, all I could see was the reflection of an old, worn photograph in the glass. A photo of a family I recognized from Old Town archives. Their eyes seemed so desperate, as if pleading for rescue." Teresa's words, recorded verbatim, only deepened the mystery. How could a simple residential area harbor memories so dark and unresolved? And why had that photograph, with its ghostly countenance, reappeared at a time when the past was meant to be long forgotten? As the task force widened its probe, forensic experts combed through the remnants of that night. Every mundane clue, a broken doorknob, a smear of water on the wall that had dried into ice, a set of muddy footprints that led nowhere, was meticulously catalogued. I recall one particular conversation with Sergeant Miller, a grizzled veteran known for his no-nonsense approach. Over the static of a poorly tuned radio, he said, "I've been in this business long enough to know when something's off. That house, it had a vibe that was more than just a break-in or a simple cry for help. It was like the past was clawing its way back into the present." His voice, deep and resonant, brought a chill that made even the most seasoned officers pause in silent agreement. In a subsequent meeting at the evidence room, we pored over the physical clues with a forensic technician who noted with disquieting precision, "The composition of the residue near the door indicates a mix of water and an unknown polymer, possibly from degraded paint or an unusual adhesive. It's not something you'd expect in a normal home environment." His analysis, while technical, only served to underscore the unexplainable nature of the scene. We began to consider, and quietly debate, that this could be more than just a case of human desperation. It might be an anomaly that defied easy categorization. I spent long hours interviewing neighbors, trying to piece together the puzzle through fragmented recollections. One elderly man, Mr. Hargrove, recounted his own eerie experience. "I was taking out the trash around 11 p.m. when I saw a flicker of movement in that old house. It wasn't a man, it wasn't a woman. It was something in between, a sort of shadow that moved without purpose. His eyes, clouded with old memories, met mine with unwavering certainty. I've lived in Eastwood all my life," he continued in a low, reflective tone. "And sometimes, on nights like these, the past isn't done with us yet." His testimony, recorded in a shaky, determined voice, resonated deeply with the unsettling quiet that had enveloped our investigation. Meanwhile, the dispatch center never slept. Every available line was monitored, and I personally rechecked the original 911 recording multiple times. The technology at our disposal allowed us to enhance the audio frequencies, revealing whispers in the background, a low murmur that seemed to repeat the caller's earlier pleas, now layered with an almost otherworldly resonance. "Dispatch to all units," I transmitted. "We've isolated background frequencies that indicate additional voices. Proceed with heightened caution. This isn't just a standard intruder case." The response was immediate, voices tense and hearts heavy, as the realization sank in that we were possibly dealing with something unworldly. Throughout these torturous hours, our radios crackled with a mix of professional detachment and unbidden emotion. Officer Mason, now a key figure in the unfolding drama, reported over and over, his voice laden with disbelief. "I swear, I saw that woman. She was there, in the attic. But then she vanished, like a mirage." His words, mingled with static and the hum of urgent directives, challenged the very core of our understanding. Had we merely misinterpreted a case of hysterical imagination? Or was Eastwood now the stage for something that defied every law of nature and reason? I recall one particularly harrowing moment when a backup unit, Unit 21, encountered what they described as a disembodied cry, echoing through the hall of an abandoned structure on a parallel street. The officer's trembling report, it sounded like someone was pleading from within the walls, only added to the tapestry of inexplicable events that now blanketed our small town. The coherence of these disparate reports, the anxious remarks of Teresa, the spectral observations of Mr. Hargrove, and the technical anomalies recorded by our forensics, combined to create a picture of horror that was both terrifying and strangely poetic in its realism. Night after night, the investigation's progress was marked not by conclusive breakthroughs, but by creeping doubts and more questions. I found myself poring over every word in the logbooks, the precise timings aligning with the faint echoes of those mysterious voices. The police protocols we followed, the 10-4 confirmations, the rapid response codes, the systematic search and seizure reports, seemed almost impotent in the face of a phenomenon that blurred the boundary between a simple home invasion and an encounter with the inexplicable forces of the past. Even as I recounted these details on subsequent shifts, I noticed the weight of that night had seeped into our daily routines, a subtle tension that hung in the air, as if every officer carried within them a silent acknowledgement of something profoundly disturbing. Despite the relentless rain and the unyielding chill that gripped Eastwood, our determination to seek the truth never faltered. Every recorded message, every echo on the radio, reverberated like a ghost from another time. In the midst of it all, I couldn't shake the feeling that the events at Magnolia Avenue were part of a larger, more sinister narrative. A narrative that blurred the lines of reality so seamlessly that even our most advanced technology struggled to capture its essence. And as the storm outside raged on, the unresolved mysteries and the unanswered questions pressed in on us, leaving a haunting echo in our memories that would persist long after the weather cleared. In the days that followed, as we began piecing together the fragmented remnants of that night, a subtle shift in the investigation's trajectory became apparent. The case, once a seemingly isolated incident, had merged with a series of unsolved disturbances that had long plagued parts of Eastwood and its outlying neighborhoods. For me, every tick of the clock in the dispatch center reminded me of the desperate plea from that distant phone call. A call that had been cut short, leaving a void filled only by unanswered questions and the lingering chill of fear. I was called in once more for a detailed briefing at headquarters, a meeting that took place in the stark, fluorescent light of a cramped interrogation room with walls lined by faded mugshots and old case files. There, Captain Douglas and Detective Franklin convened with a small, focused team of investigators. We have reason to believe there may be a connection between the incident at Magnolia Avenue and a string of reported phenomena over the past several years, Captain Douglas began, his tone measured but grave. There have been instances where 911 calls were made from addresses that, upon investigation, turned out to be abandoned or in severe disrepair. Each case was dismissed as miscommunication or pranks until now. Detective Franklin, his voice low and deliberate, added, "We've discovered patterns." In each instance, there were audio anomalies, background whispers, incoherent cries for help that defied our expectations. I've personally reviewed dozens of these calls, and the similarities are uncanny. His words, interspersed with the soft hum of the overhead projector, illuminated a series of maps and timelines that spanned the region. Each point on the map was a potential fragment of the puzzle. One marked an abandoned farmhouse near Millbrook. Another pinpointed a dilapidated mill in Southwood. The connection, while tenuous, was chilling in its implication. Amid these revelations, I found myself scribbling down notes, my hands shaking slightly as I tried to reconcile what I had witnessed with the methodical presentation before me. "So, what you're saying," I ventured carefully, "is that our case at Magnolia might not be an isolated incident, but part of a much larger pattern, that these calls are echoes from the past?" My voice was quiet, yet the weight of my words resonated in the charged silence of the room. Captain Douglas's eyes met mine, and I saw there not only decades of experience, but also a deep-seated weariness. It wouldn't be the first time that history, or something beyond our comprehension, has made its presence known in ways we can't fully explain, he replied slowly, each syllable laden with an unspoken understanding of the paranormal implications of our work. We're dealing with an undercurrent of unresolved energy, a residue of deep trauma that spans generations. And it's manifesting itself in the only way it knows how. Through these frantic calls for help from individuals who can't escape their own past. The meeting progressed with a sense of urgency and foreboding. We pored over radio logs once more, comparing frequencies and analyzing the minutiae of the recordings. The audio engineering team had isolated a peculiar tonal pattern, a subtle, almost imperceptible hum that preceded every call from these haunted locations. It was as if the line itself was alive, carrying the imprint of something older than any of us. I listened, heart pounding, as the enhanced recording of the Magnolia call revealed the unmistakable crackle of an otherworldly presence. A voice layered behind the frantic pleas, barely audible yet omnipresent, as if whispering secrets of a bygone era. A particularly disturbing detail surfaced during the review. In one of the calls, the dispatcher noted a rapid fluctuation in ambient temperature, recorded by sensors mounted on the central console, that dropped abruptly as the call began. 28 degrees Fahrenheit, then suddenly 21 degrees Fahrenheit. This fluctuation is not due to the weather, I recalled reading in the technical report, my mind reeling with the possibilities. Could this be physical evidence of an unexplainable phenomenon in the affected homes? Our lab technicians, thorough as always, confirmed that there were anomalous readings in several of these cases, temperature drops that coincided precisely with the moments of extreme distress on the recordings. I spent that day and several nights thereafter combing through every scrap of data, weather reports, radio logs, eyewitness testimonies, and attempting to create a coherent narrative from the scattered fragments. The evidence was both disturbing and compelling. A series of locations, all abandoned or nearly so, yet each with an inexplicable surge of activity during a short time frame. The pattern was akin to a gravitational pull, each call drawing us in, forcing us to confront the possibility that something beyond our understanding was at work. During one of these marathon sessions at the station, I could almost hear the echoes of the lost voice from Magnolia, echoing in the empty corridors of the dispatch center. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I typed out notes, meticulously linking each anomalous reading to the corresponding incident. Check sensor data. Verify with security camera feeds, my internal checklist repeated. The mundane act of data review had become a ritual of dread. With each new correlation found, each odd temperature drop, each glitch on the recording, I felt the case expanding beyond the realm of police work into something far more esoteric and, frankly, frightening. When the meeting ended, and I finally left the bleak fluorescent confines of the headquarters, the cold rain had turned into a relentless downpour, each droplet a reminder of the sorrow that seemed woven into every corner of Eastwood. I trudged home under a slick, oily sky, the city lights blurred by the rain, and I couldn't help but feel that I was being watched, not by a human observer, but by an ancient presence that had resurfaced in our modern world. Every step I took was accompanied by the quiet echo of those haunting calls, the unanswered pleas echoing in my mind as I wondered if what we were dealing with was truly an accident of nature, or something deliberately reaching out from the shadows. Days blurred into restless nights. I found myself waking in a cold sweat, my dreams a jumble of distorted images. A dark, foggy corridor, a solitary phone ringing in an empty room, and that anguished cry that refused to be silenced. The investigation had taken on a life of its own, a self-propagating nightmare that began to seep into every aspect of our lives. My colleagues, normally bastions of routine professionalism, were visibly shaken. Officer Mason, who had been the first to step into that dreaded attic, now carried a haunted look in his eyes. In quiet moments during shifts, he would catch himself pausing at the mention of Magnolia Avenue, his jaw tightening as if recalling a private terror. One chilly morning, while reviewing an early case file at my desk in the dispatch center, I received an unexpected call from Lieutenant Hayes. "I need you to come in," she said in a hushed tone, the urgency unmistakable in her voice. When I arrived at the station, I was led to an isolated office where a single window offered a bleak view of rain-swept parking lots. There, Lieutenant Hayes showed me a series of new recordings that had just been uncovered. "We pulled some older archives from similar calls," she explained, her voice barely concealing a mix of apprehension and determination. "Listen to this." The new audio files were grainy and almost inaudible, but as the recording played, I distinctly heard the same soft hum in the background, a low, rhythmic pulsation that seemed to build slowly in intensity. Overlaid on that hum was a voice, faint and desperate, whispering words that I could barely decipher. The technician's notes indicated that in several instances the voice was speaking phrases in a language none of us could readily identify. "It sounds like an incantation," one note read, or perhaps the echo of an ancient rite. As I listened, every detail forced me to confront the possibility that these encounters were not random, but part of a deliberate pattern, a deliberate act of communication from some long-forgotten realm. Haunted by the similarities to our Magnolia case, I pored over every piece of evidence. The more I reviewed, the more I began to see a tapestry of interconnected events. An abandoned church in Southwood, a decrepit motel on the outskirts of Eastwood, even the silent corridors of a long vacant school, all harbored fleeting audio traces of something unexplainable. I began cross-referencing the dates, locations, and exact weather conditions, painstakingly constructing a timeline that spanned almost a decade. The pattern was disturbingly consistent. On cold, rainy nights, a series of 911 calls would emerge, each punctuated by sudden, inexplicable drops in temperature and overlaid with disjointed whispers that hinted at something deeply archaic. It was during one of these late-night sessions, as I sat alone with the soft hum of the computer fan for company, that a new thought began to crystallize in my mind. A notion that defied the clear lines of duty and reason. What if these calls were not random hallucinations of a stressed populace, but intentional signals? A warning, perhaps, or a cry for help from forces beyond our normal comprehension. The very idea was audacious, almost sacrilegious to the precise, orderly world of law enforcement that I had always known. Yet, as I meticulously rechecked every detail of the Magnolia call, the precise moment when the temperature plummeted, the eerie static that preceded the caller's pleas, I couldn't shake the thought that this was a signature, a calling card left by something desperate and malevolent. In the following days, the task force expanded its circle. I remember briefing with forensic psychologists and paranormal investigators side by side, a clash of scientific rigor and metaphysical curiosity that felt both innovative and unsettling. One expert, a professor from a nearby state university specializing in anomalous phenomena, argued that the recordings might be evidence of residual energy, imprints left on our electromagnetic spectrum by traumatic events. In some cases, he explained, intense emotional or psychological trauma can create a kind of echo that manifests as recorded sound even years later. While his theories were met with skepticism by some, they resonated with those of us who had witnessed firsthand the unshakable terror of that cold November night. Every subsequent lead, every phone call and document deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. The very real, very professional nature of our response, the 10-4 acknowledgments, the systematic sweeps of affected locations, the dutiful documentation of every minutia, was now being juxtaposed with an enigma that defied conventional explanation. Our radios crackled with routine updates even as I pored over decades-old case files. There was an uncomfortable harmony in it all. a methodical cadence in the midst of chaos that made the unexplainable events all the more horrifying because they were unfolding under the strict supervision of duty and procedure. Late one afternoon, as dusk crept over Eastwood and the rain finally subsided to a mournful drizzle, I received a call from a weary, overworked dispatch operator who hesitated before speaking. "Dispatch, this is Unit 17, came the familiar voice of Officer Mason, now laced with a tremor of dread I'd never heard before. "I'm back at Magnolia. We've rechecked the scene. Nothing's changed, but there's a feeling in the air. It's as if someone's still there, watching us." For several minutes, the channel remained filled only with the sound of his labored breathing and the distant hum of a generator. And then, just as abruptly as before, the line went silent. That call, that moment of vulnerability from a seasoned officer, confirmed what many of us had begun to suspect, that whatever had touched Magnolia Avenue was not done with us yet. And as I recorded it all, the precise times, the technician's notes, the voices laden with despair, I couldn't shake the fear that this was a prelude to something far more insidious, a harbinger of an unfolding nightmare that would force us to confront the boundaries of our own reality. The investigation into Magnolia and its uncanny connections took on an almost obsessive quality over the weeks that followed. Every shift became a puzzle, every call a potential piece of a larger, incomprehensible picture. The case files began to stack up like the layers of frost on a winter window, delicate, transient, and vanishing as quickly as they appeared. I spent nights cross-referencing incident reports with weather data, meticulously mapping each anomaly against our town's grid of streets and alleys. My small desk at the station was soon buried under stacks of printouts, handwritten notes, and audio logs. There was no escape from the relentless weight of those disturbing calls. Every time the radio would crackle unexpectedly during the silent hours, a shiver would run down my spine as I would instinctively reach for my notepad, half expecting to record that same desperate plea all over again. I remember one particularly bleak evening when the wind was howling outside like a banshee mourning lost souls. The dispatch center was quieter than usual, the tension thick enough to be cut with a knife. I sat at my console, re-listening to that original call from Magnolia, the one that had started it all. The sound of the caller's ragged breathing, her stuttered pleas, and the subtle undercurrent of a disembodied whisper overlaid on her voice seemed more pronounced than ever. It was as though the call was trying to reveal itself to me, to demand that I understand its hidden meaning. At 2:17, I noted in my log that the ambient temperature sensor recorded an inexplicable drop of nearly 8 degrees Fahrenheit, an anomaly that was later confirmed on similar incidents in the past, and I couldn't help but think that this was no mere coincidence. My thoughts were interrupted by a sudden burst of radio static. "Dispatch, this is Unit 19. We have a visual on an object near the northwest perimeter of Magnolia. Requesting immediate status update. Over." The voice was urgent, clipped, an uncharacteristic break from the practiced calm we maintained in emergencies. I responded instantly, "Unit 19, copy that. Maintain your distance. What do you see? Over." The reply came with a short pause. "It appears to be a weathered wooden chest, half buried in the mud. It's marked with strange symbols. Not my standard call of lost property. Over." The transmission sent an involuntary shudder through the line. A chest with strange symbols. In a case already brimming with anomalies, this was a new layer of mystery that defied all logic. Captain Douglas later confirmed that the chest was retrieved by a specialized search unit, which then sent it for forensic analysis. The contents remained sealed under layers of chain and padlock, a relic of a past that could be as ancient as the town's founding myths. Every forensic report that followed carried the weight of an enigma. Traces of water-damaged paper, an undecipherable cipher etched into the wood, and a faint residue of an unknown material that even our most advanced labs struggled to identify. I watched the slow, painstaking process of scientific inquiry with a mixture of professional detachment and private dread. The evidence, although tangible, was muddled with uncertainties that no conventional procedure could explain. Meanwhile, the narrative of that night at Magnolia had begun to seep into the local lore. Rumors circulated in hushed tones at diner tables and over backyard barbecues about a haunted house, a ghostly call that echoed through the rain, and a chest bearing cryptic runes that might hold the key to a century-old mystery. My job, however, was to sift through these myths and maintain the unswerving integrity of the investigation. I continued to relay every detail to the task force via our encrypted channels. Unit 12, confirm all entries. Cross-reference incoming calls with historical incident data. We need to identify every anomaly. The dialogues were terse, factual, a language honed over years of emergency response that left no room for speculation. And yet, beneath the formal cadence of our communications, every officer was silently wondering if, somewhere in the nexus of recorded data and whispered memories, lay a truth too surreal to accept. Late at night, when the station grew quiet and the only sounds were the persistent buzz of fluorescent lights and the rhythmic tapping of keyboards, I would often replay that original Magnolia recording. The more I listened, the more I felt that there was a deeper message hidden in the background, as though the recording itself was a time capsule capturing the desperation, sorrow, and inexplicable phenomena of that cursed night. It was during these solitary hours that the overwhelming realization dawned on me. This investigation was no longer just about procedural follow-up or even cold logic. It had transcended into the realm of the supernatural. And the more we delved into the layers of the mystery, the more we risked unearthing something that might have been better left undisturbed. Then, one late evening as a winter storm rolled in, a new call came through that sent a jolt of terror along every wire of our communication network. Dispatch, this is Unit 17. I'm back at Magnolia. There's something here. The atmosphere is charged, like the house itself is breathing. I can hear muffled voices not coming from any phone. They're all around me. The line crackled, and for a moment I could almost hear the parallel rumble of a heavy exhale, unmistakably human, yet impossibly distant. Unit 17, maintain your position. Do not engage. Backup is on the way, I replied, my voice betraying none of the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. But inside, I knew that every word spoken that night would echo in our minds for years to come. A chilling reminder that sometimes, even the most rigorous procedures are powerless in the face of the unknown. As the storm raged outside, the final pieces of the evidence were gathered. The forensic team's initial results on the chest were inconclusive, and the mysterious residue would take weeks to analyze fully. But one thing was certain. The case of Magnolia was far from a simple incident of domestic distress. It was a convergence of the past and the present, a haunting event that defied explanation and left a mark of terror on every soul involved. That realization settled over us like a shroud, leaving an indelible memory of a night when reality itself seemed to crack open, revealing secrets too dark and too eternal for us to comprehend. And even now, when I recount these events in hushed tones to anyone willing to listen, I am met with incredulous silence and fearful glances. Was it merely a case of human desperation and miscommunication? Or did something more sinister, a specter from a forgotten past, reach out from the void of time, leaving us to question the very fabric of our reality? Every detail, every whisper of those fateful calls challenges our understanding and leaves us with a lingering, disturbing question. What if the truth is far more terrifying than we ever imagined? Even as the investigation closed another chapter and the physical evidence lay locked in secure evidence rooms, the emotional scars and haunting memories refused to fade. In the weeks that followed, Eastwood slowly resumed its normal rhythm, albeit with an undercurrent of unease that no one could quite shake off. But for those of us who had been on the front lines that night, the dispatchers, the officers, the detectives, the events of Magnolia Avenue continued to echo through every shift, every shared conversation, and every solitary moment of reflection. I was on a late-night call, the kind where the only sound besides my own breathing was the quiet, constant hum of the equipment, when a familiar voice came over the channel. It was Lieutenant Hayes, her tone subdued yet laden with urgency. "Dispatch. I need a status update on Unit 12. Any new developments at Magnolia?" I keyed in my response, feeling the weight of that night settle once again on my shoulders. "Lieutenant, the scene remains unchanged. The house is empty. No additional calls have come through in over 48 hours. Yet, every time we review the footage or the audio logs, there's that inexplicable echo. Voices, sounds that defy explanation. It's as if the house is trapped in a moment of time." There was a long, weighted silence on the line before Hayes finally said, "Make no mistake, this isn't over. I've seen too many cases in my years to dismiss something like this as a mere anomaly. I want all units on standby. We're reopening every file, retracing every step. If there's even a chance that these events are connected to something beyond the physical world, I want answers." Her words, crisp and resolute, left no room for negotiation. And so, a new phase of inquiry was launched. A phase marked not by clear evidence and routine procedures, but by a desperate search for truth against the veil of the unknown. I found myself returning to the dispatch board at odd hours, re-reviewing every pixel of footage from the security cameras around Magnolia Avenue. The grainy recordings, captured by cameras that had long since been scheduled for replacement, showed fleeting moments that were easily dismissed as glitches by most, until I slowed down the frame rate and isolated a particular segment. There, in the dim corner of the living room, appeared to be a figure, a blur of indistinct features that looked almost human, yet not quite. The figure drifted from shadow to shadow with impossible fluidity, as if it belonged to a different realm. I replayed that segment several times, my mind racing to understand, to reconcile the inexplicable with the familiar protocols of our world. But each time, the deeper I looked, the more questions piled up like snow in a storm. One evening, after a brief lull in the investigation, I received a call from a local historian. Mr. Collins had spent his life poring over Eastwood's dusty archives and old newspaper clippings. His voice, measured and solemn, carried an urgent message. "You need to know about the legend of the Magnolia House. It's been whispered about for over a century, a tale of a family lost in a fire, their souls said to be restless, bound to the very structure of the building. I'm not saying it's supernatural, but there's a historical record of inexplicable events tied to that location dating back to 1892. His words, delivered with a mixture of academic detachment and genuine sorrow, added an entirely new dimension to the case. Here was historical evidence, or at least rumor, that the seemingly isolated call was part of a far older narrative, one that might reach back into the roots of Eastwood itself. In the weeks that followed, I found myself researching old articles, peeling back layers of time with the help of Mr. Collins' archives. I discovered that Magnolia House, built in 1887, had been the site of several reported tragedies, a series of unexplained fires, mysterious disappearances, and, most disturbingly, recurring reports of ghostly voices in the dead of night. Each of these historical footnotes, once dismissed as mere folklore, now seemed to converge with our modern investigation in a way that was impossible to ignore. The forensic data, the audio recordings, the anomalous temperature drops, all now took on a disturbing historical context. Throughout it all, the voices on the radio remained our only constant. I remember one final call, coming in at 3:23 on a drizzling night, from a unit patrolling near the now quiet Magnolia property. Dispatch, this is Unit 12. I'm approaching the rear of the property. There's something here. It's like a whisper echoing across the yard, calling a name I can't quite make out. Marjorie. The call hung in the air, each syllable resonating with an otherworldly melancholy. For a brief moment I dared to wonder if the restless spirits of the past were indeed reaching out through the very fabric of our communication channels, an eerie fusion of history and modern tragedy. Even as the task force's formal investigation began to slow, bureaucratic protocols and the sterile language of reports replacing the raw, haunted authenticity of those first desperate calls, the personal toll was undeniable. None of us ever stopped questioning what we had witnessed. Every officer on that fateful night, every dispatcher who had heard those tortured voices, carried within them a relentless doubt. Was it all just an elaborate mistake, or had we truly encountered something that defied the boundaries of our rational world? And in the quiet moments when the hum of the machinery faded and the echoes of the past crept back into our minds, that question, insidious and unyielding, would whisper in our ears long after the files were closed and the evidence archived. Even now, as I sit in the dim light of my study, revisiting those days in a desperate attempt to unburden my memory, I am left with an uncomfortable, gnawing thought. The case of Magnolia House is filed away in official reports, marked as anomalous disturbance with unresolved elements. But I know better. I know that what we encountered on that rainy November night in Eastwood was no accident. It was a collision of the present with echoes of the past, a phenomenon that suggests our reality is far more porous, far more fragile than we care to admit. And in that relentless interstice between recorded data and the human experience of fear, the ultimate truth remains maddeningly elusive. I can't express how much time I spent agonizing over every detail of that night. It still haunts my dreams. I remember it all too clearly, every sound, every whisper on the radio, and every unsaid word between shattered breaths. I'm still on duty at Maplewood Precinct, and even after all these years, the weight of that case presses on me like a stone in my gut. I pulled my cruiser out of the station at exactly 2:47 on a chilly November evening in Maplewood, Indiana. A small town where the crisp autumn air always carried an uneasy promise. The dispatcher's voice crackled through the radio, urgency laced in each word. Unit 304, we have a 911 call at 452 Elm Street. Possible domestic disturbance. Caller reports screaming and signs of a struggle. Over. I responded with a calm, measured 10-7 dispatch en route. The drive was eerily silent, except for the sound of rain beginning to tap on the windshield and the low hum of the siren echoing down the empty streets. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The town always prided itself on its quiet neighborhoods and predictable routines. But that night, the darkness itself seemed to speak. As I approached Elm Street, the streetlights flickered and barely illuminated the old two-story residence at the address. I pulled up slowly, my mind racing through the protocols. Secure the scene, request backup, and always keep an eye out for any sign of danger. In the back of my mind, I recalled all the training, how fear had to be kept at bay for the sake of procedure. I radioed, "Dispatch, this is Unit 304. I'm at 452 Elm Street. I'm approaching the residence, requesting immediate backup and a med unit, 1050. I stepped out into the downpour, the rhythmic drumming of rain blended with the muted hum of the neon light reflecting off wet pavement. The front door creaked ominously as I knocked. Moments later, a man in his mid-30s answered, his eyes wide with terror and desperation. "Officer, thank God you're here," he stuttered, his voice trembling. "My wife, she's gone and I heard her screaming from inside. Please, you have to help." His name was Jason, and his disheveled appearance and anxious demeanor told me that this wasn't just a routine call. 10-4, sir. Stay calm. I'm going to check inside, I assured him, my voice even, though inside I was bracing for the worst. Inside, the house was a portrait of chaos. Furniture lay overturned. Personal items were scattered across a living room that bore the scars of what looked like a desperate struggle. The rain's pitter-patter on the roof blended with the distant sound of my own footsteps as I began my systematic search. I radioed again, dispatch Unit 304, on scene at Elm Street. Found evidence of a struggle. No signs of forced entry. Requesting additional units for immediate area coverage. Over. The hiss of static and occasional replies from fellow officers punctuated the heavy silence. I moved from room to room, eyes scanning every shadow for hidden clues. The living room bore the remnants of domestic strife. A toppled lamp, shards of glass on the floor, and a faint trace of perfume that could only be described as haunting. I asked Jason softly, "Sir, can you tell me what happened?" His voice was barely audible over the crackling radio. I heard her. I knew something was wrong when I came home from my night shift. We argued earlier, but I never thought she'd... His voice faltered, and he clutched a crumpled set of keys as if they were a lifeline. I could see the anguish in his eyes, but also a cold, unsettling tension that hinted at secrets yet unrevealed. "Stay here, sir. I need to search the premises. I'll be right back," I instructed before moving further inside. The interior held contradictions that were hard to reconcile. A modern home built with pride, yet bearing relics of a bygone era. An old rotary phone sat on a coffee table next to the latest digital clock, its presence dissonant like a ghost from the past. I noticed a scattering of prescription bottles on the kitchen counter. Antidepressants, mood stabilizers, and even an insulin kit with traces of dried blood. Clear signs that this household had struggled with more than just domestic conflict. As I picked up one of the bottles to inspect the label, the radio suddenly crackled with the call sign of another unit. Unit 304. All units be advised, suspect's mobile phone has been traced near Cedar Park. Repeat, trace leads to Cedar Park. Over. My pulse quickened. Cedar Park was a short drive away, a stark contrast to the claustrophobic tension of the Elm Street house. I needed to piece together this puzzle, and something told me there was more to it than a simple missing persons case. I found a handwritten note hidden beneath a neatly folded pillow on the bed, its edges worn and the ink smudged by tears. It read simply, yet with a depth of despair. "I can't take this pain any longer. I'm sorry if I vanish. Please remember me kindly." The handwriting was erratic, desperate, as if the writer had been grappling with a decision made in the throes of despair. I glanced around as if expecting Mary Ann, Jason's missing wife, to appear at any moment, only to be met with the oppressive silence of abandonment. At that moment, every instinct in me screamed that something deeply wrong was unfolding. A dark undercurrent of psychological torment, and a cascade of events that defied logical explanation. I radioed back to dispatch while gently covering the note with my coat. "Dispatch, this is Unit 304. I'm heading to Cedar Park following a mobile signal that might be linked to the case. Situation remains critical. Over. The reply was almost immediate. Copy that, Unit 304. Backup is en route. Proceed with caution. Over. I exited the house into the storm. Rain now coursed down in torrential sheets, masking the landscape in a ghostly veil of water and shadow. The drive to Cedar Park was filled with an unsettling mix of urgency and dread. Every street sign, every darkened alleyway hinted at secrets better left hidden. With each mile, the radio chatter grew more sporadic, punctuated by the sound of static and the measured cadence of colleagues reporting their findings. Unit 112 to dispatch. We have confirmation of a similar disturbance at 12 Oak Avenue in Westwood. It appears we're facing a series of linked incidents tonight. Over. A chill ran down my spine as I registered the news. Maplewood hadn't seen anything like this in years. I arrived at Cedar Park, and the scene was as surreal as it was unsettling. Under a single, flickering streetlight stood a lone figure on a weathered bench beneath an ancient oak. The park, usually a tranquil refuge for locals, tonight echoed with an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of rain splattering on the pavement. I parked the cruiser in a discreet spot and slowly approached the figure, my hand hovering near my radio. Dispatch Unit 304. I'm on scene at Cedar Park. Suspect appears to be solitary and unresponsive. Over. The reply was immediate, urging me to secure the perimeter and remain vigilant. As I came closer, the figure turned, revealing a woman with a wan, almost ghostly complexion and eyes that harbored an inexplicable depth of sorrow. "Marianne?" I asked softly. Her expression shifted quickly from vacant to one of resigned recognition, and a tremor ran through her voice as she replied, I didn't mean for anyone to find me." Her words were barely audible over the whispering wind, as if she was speaking in a language meant only for the dead. I could see the tremble in her hands and the subtle hitch in her breath. Every detail was etched in the raw realism of trauma. "Ma'am, this is Officer Barnes. I'm here to help you." "Can you tell me what's happened?" I asked, my tone gentle yet laced with the authority of someone who'd seen far too many dark nights. Her eyes darted around wildly before settling on a narrow, overgrown path that seemed to lead deeper into the gloom of the park. "They told me to leave," she whispered in a voice that trembled between terror and resignation. "I couldn't stay. The voices, I can't describe them. They're not just in my head, they're out here, in this place, always following me." I lowered myself onto the cold bench beside her, aware that every second counted, and that the gravity of the situation demanded utmost sensitivity. "I need you to stay calm, Marianne. We're going to get you the help you need," I said, radioing back to dispatch. "Unit 304 to dispatch. I have Marianne on scene, but the situation is more complicated than expected. Request immediate investigative backup and a psychological support unit. Over." The tension in the park was palpable. Even the wind seemed to whisper secrets as it passed through the skeletal branches overhead. The backup arrived soon, a mix of fellow officers, medics, and even a seasoned detective known for his unconventional approach to puzzling cases. As they secured the area and began canvassing the park, I couldn't help but feel that this case was spiraling into realms beyond ordinary human conflict. Marianne's eyes, haunted by memories and voices, kept returning to that desolate path. "I saw footprints," she murmured. "Weird, almost like they weren't meant for human feet. They led me away from here. Somewhere." The hours that followed were a blur of radio chatter, methodical searches, and hushed conversations whispered between officers trying desperately to piece together a narrative that was already fraying at the edges. Jason's face had grown even more pallid when I finally contacted him on the radio from the park, his voice breaking as he recounted Marianne's long history of inner demons that stemmed from a childhood marked by unspeakable loss. She always felt overshadowed by her past, he admitted in a tone laced with regret and a fear of the unknown. And tonight, I fear it finally caught up with her. The storm intensified, and as we followed the faint mobile signal deep into a neglected part of the park, every footstep felt like a descent into an abyss where past and present merged in haunting patterns. The scent of damp earth mingled with the acrid tang of fear as we reached a secluded clearing bordered by gnarled trees. There, amidst the tangled undergrowth, we discovered bizarre, almost ritualistic markings on the ground, symbols that defied explanation and suggested that something older than us all had been at work. I radioed these findings with a measured tone, Unit 304 to dispatch. I found markings in the clearing that suggest non-human activity, requesting specialized support for scene analysis. Over. The reply was terse, professional. Copy that, Unit 304. Stand by for further instructions. Over. That night, as the first rays of dawn began to battle the oppressive darkness, I sat in my cruiser outside the park, my mind replaying every moment in excruciating detail. The case that began with a frantic 911 call had morphed into a labyrinth of sorrow, supernatural suggestion, and raw human despair. The voices Marianne spoke of still echoed in my mind, mingling with the sound of raindrops on the metal of my car. I couldn't help but wonder if, in our relentless quest to solve this case, we had unwittingly stepped into a story that defied every rule of reality. A story where every answer led to more questions, and every comforting word was underscored by a relentless, unnerving doubt. I kept replaying Marianne's final words on the park bench. They're here, the ones we forgot, even as I diligently documented every detail for the report. My hands trembled as I filed the final notes, each typed word an indelible record of that surreal night. I logged the time, 6:13 a.m., when the backup successfully secured the scene and Marianne was safely taken into custody for further psychological evaluation. There was no sense of closure, only an ever-widening chasm of questions and the overwhelming dread that some horrors, once awakened, refused to be silenced. Later that morning, back at the precinct, I pored over the evidence from the Elm Street residence. There were photographs of disarrayed rooms, copies of Marianne's handwritten note meticulously scanned for future reference, and audio logs of the radio transmissions that filled the long, harrowing hours of that night. In quiet moments between debriefings and paperwork, I would replay the radio chatter, the clipped 10-4s, the measured urgency in every dispatch, and through it all, a single, persistent thought echoed. What exactly had we stumbled upon? Even now, as I recount this over a cup of stale precinct coffee, I can still see the bloodshot eyes of a man who was as much a victim as Marianne herself. A man whose secrets, once thought buried, had been dragged to the surface by forces we couldn't begin to comprehend. The case became one of those inexplicable moments of police work that creep into your soul. I remember interrogating Jason again, his face ashen in the fluorescent light of the interrogation room, his voice barely above a whisper as he repeated, "I never thought the ghosts of our past would come back to haunt us, but some nights they feel all too real." His words resonated with the deep terror of someone who had seen too much, and it was a terror that clung to every corner of Maplewood long after the rain had stopped. I never did get to shake the question. Was Marianne driven purely by despair, or was there something darker pulling the strings behind her actions? I filed the case with a heavy heart, knowing that while Marianne's immediate crisis had been averted, we had opened a door into a realm of dread that we were ill-prepared to face. The case notes ended with a cryptic entry. Investigative follow-up required for unexplained markings and potential paranormal involvement. Further analysis pending. And that was the part of the report that kept me awake for many sleepless nights, wondering if those symbols were a cry for help from a past long buried, or a prelude to nightmares yet to come. The events of that night continue to blur the lines between the rational and the inexplicable. I still question every shadow on a rainy night, every unexplained whisper over the radio. And as I drive down Elm Street on quiet nights, I can almost see Marianne standing there, her eyes wide with desperation, silently asking, "Do you remember?" Each new case I encounter is forever tainted by that one impossible night. A night that proved that sometimes the scariest horrors are not born of monstrous violence, but of the frailty of the human spirit and the relentless grip of memories that refuse to die. I'm left with a question that gnaws at me relentlessly. When we think we've seen it all in our line of duty, can we ever truly prepare for the darkness that lies in wait, just beyond the threshold of our understanding? After the case was closed and Marianne was discharged from the hospital, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was still unresolved, a thread left dangling in the fabric of an already torn tapestry. The days that followed were filled with routine police work, interspersed with moments of silent reflection as I retraced every detail of that fateful night. I remember staying late after shift one evening, sitting alone in my office, the only sound the low hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I reviewed the case files repeatedly, cross-checking every piece of evidence against the timeline of radio transmissions, every photograph taken by the evidence team, and every scribbled note from the initial response team. There was an odd detail that kept resurfacing. A series of blurry images captured by a fellow officer's dash cam as we drove back from the Cedar Park. In those images, hidden in the distance, was a figure standing at the edge of the woods, a figure that seemed to vanish the moment the camera focused. I spent countless hours analyzing those images and debating their significance with colleagues during late-night debriefs. It could be a trick of the light, a figment of our collective terror, one of my partners suggested, his voice pragmatic yet laced with uncertainty. But deep down, I knew that no amount of forensic analysis could explain the overwhelming sense of dread that night. There was something beyond the realm of ordinary understanding, a lingering impression that the horrors of that night were not confined to a single address or a troubled mind, but were woven into the very essence of Maplewood itself. I made a point of re-interviewing neighbors near Elm Street and along the route to Cedar Park. Their accounts were inconsistent, sometimes contradictory, yet each carried an undercurrent of fear that was difficult to dismiss. One elderly woman, Miss Evelyn Turner, a longtime resident of Maplewood, spoke in hushed tones of a local legend. "There's an old story," she whispered over the phone as I visited her creaking Victorian home, "of a family that once lived on that very block. They say tragedy struck when secrets and grief tore the family apart, and ever since their sorrowful spirits have roamed these streets. Folks claim to hear whispers at night and see shadows that move when they shouldn't." Her eyes flickered with a mixture of nostalgia and terror, as if the past were alive and clawing its way into the present. I documented these testimonies meticulously, aware that they added layers of context to what we were dealing with. The physical evidence at the scene, the scattered prescription bottles, the handwritten note, even the inexplicable markings in the park clearing, all of it created an uneasy tapestry that spoke of profound personal loss mixed with an almost ritualistic echo of unresolved tragedy. And yet, there was also the genuine human element. Marianne's breakdown, Jason's evident remorse, and the strained voices over the radio painted a picture of lives teetering on the brink of collapse. A raw, unfiltered testament to the fragility of hope when confronted by overwhelming darkness. At the precinct, I would often find myself in long, unspoken conversations with Detective Miller, a veteran whose scarred face and heavy sighs told stories of too many broken lives. "You know, Barnes," he confided one evening as we sat side by side in our cramped, paper-strewn office, "there are nights when I wonder if our job is less about stopping crime and more about preventing the inevitable unraveling of our own sanity." His words weren't a complaint, but a resigned acceptance of the profound burden carried by those who witness the depths of human despair. We talked about that night in hushed tones, dissecting every minute detail, from the weather conditions that amplified every sound to the psychological profiles of both Jason and Marianne. "It's like the darkness that night wasn't just an absence of light, it was a presence, an entity of its own," he mused, his gravelly voice capturing the weight of his experience. Yet, despite all our efforts to rationalize and document every detail, there remained one burning question that gnawed at me relentlessly. Was this all merely a manifestation of an overwhelmed psyche, or did we inadvertently peel back the veil on something else? Something that defied human explanation? The unresolved mystery of those uncanny footprints, the inexplicable dashcam images, and the testimonies of locals who swore they'd seen impossible shapes dancing in the periphery of their vision left me questioning everything I thought I knew about law enforcement and the boundaries of reality. In the sterile light of the morning, as routine case files were shuffled and archived, I found myself rereading Marianne's note, a desperate plea etched in trembling script. Each word was a reminder of the fragility of the human spirit, and the hidden battles fought behind closed doors in lives that appeared as ordinary as any other on Maplewood's quiet streets. With each review, the note took on new layers of meaning, hinting at a darkness far deeper than simple despair. A darkness that perhaps was waiting, hungry and insatiable, for the right moment to reclaim what was lost. Even now, when the precinct is quiet and the only sound is the soft rustling of files and the distant murmur of the city waking up, I can still hear the distant echo of Marianne's voice on that rain-soaked night, feel the chill of the wind on Cedar Park's abandoned paths, and wonder if we truly understand the forces that drive a person to the brink. The case remains open in more ways than one, etched not only in the files of the department, but in the very souls of those who were touched by that night's events. I'm left, every day, with an unsettling question that refuses to fade, a lingering uncertainty that challenges the very notion of what is real. In moments of quiet reflection, I ask myself, was Marianne's breakdown simply the tragic culmination of a lifetime of pain, or did that night unearth something far more sinister, a remnant of lost souls desperate to be heard, even as they blurred the line between life and death? And as I continue my duty, patrolling the same streets where unimaginable horrors once unfolded, I can't help but wonder if every shadow and every whisper is a quiet reminder of that one night when the darkness stepped out of the realm of the mundane, leaving us with more questions than answers. In the days that followed, as the autumn chill began to recede into a brittle winter, I found myself haunted by the unresolved case that had shattered the comforting illusions of normalcy. The investigation had entered a prolonged phase of uncertainty, an ambiguous limbo where every new discovery only deepened the mystery. While Marianne was physically safe, the psychological aftermath of that night left a festering wound that no routine police procedure or counseling session could entirely heal. The station was abuzz with quiet murmurs and speculations. Officers traded whispered theories in the break room, occasionally glancing at me with a mix of pity and caution, as though my experience was something from a past life, something that had left an indelible mark on my soul. I continued combing through the evidence, revisiting every piece of testimony and every grainy dashcam image late into the night. I revisited the scene at Elm Street with a specialized team for further forensic analysis. In the dim light of the evidence room, we uncovered traces of a substance unknown to our standard protocols, a residue that, when tested, returned inconclusive but unsettling results. It wasn't a drug or poison in any conventional sense. It was as if the very air had been tainted by sorrow and despair, condensed into something nearly tangible. Radio communications during these late-night drives were terse and laden with a heaviness that went beyond the routine call of duty. Unit 304, returning to the scene for re-evaluation. Expect further instructions. Over. My voice was steadier now, honed by years of experience, yet every word carried an undercurrent of trepidation. I could almost hear the unspoken questions in the background chatter, questions that begged answers we were far from providing. One evening, as the wind howled outside like the mournful wail of a lost soul, I found myself in a one-on-one conversation with Detective Alvarez, a newcomer with bright eyes that belied an inner strength. "Officer Barnes," she said softly, her tone resonating with genuine concern. "Have you ever felt that despite all our training and experience, there are moments when what we encounter defies every rational explanation? Moments when the line between human frailty and something far more ominous becomes blurred?" I paused, the weight of the night's memories catching in my throat before I answered, "Every day, Detective. Every case leaves me wondering if we're just scratching the surface of something we can't really fathom." We spoke for hours in that cramped office, our voices mingling with the low hum of the heating system and the distant murmur of a city that had no idea of the darkness lurking in its midst. Alvarez described similar experiences from her previous assignments, cases that had defied explanation, leaving those involved with a permanent chill even on the brightest of days. "There's a phenomenon," she confided, "something that some officers refer to as the echoes of the past. They're not literal echoes, but rather manifestations of unspoken grief and unresolved regret that seem to hover around certain places. I can't help but feel that what we encountered that night in Maplewood is exactly that, a haunting echo of something lost, a tragedy that refuses to remain in the past." Her words resonated deeply with me. I recalled every detail from that stormy night, the strange markings, the inexplicable disappearance beneath the flickering street lamp at Cedar Park, Marianne's haunted expression as she mumbled about voices that urged her to leave. And then there was the most disturbing part, the cryptic, unanswered part of the radio chatter that had hinted at another incident in Westwood. That call, thin and almost drowned out by static, had mentioned an overlap of disturbances in the area, a suggestion that the darkness was not confined to a single address, but might be an insidious plague affecting multiple lives. Back at the station, the investigation was gradually transitioning from immediate police work to a broader, more in-depth inquiry. I was assigned to a cold case unit that often delved into mysteries that resonated with urban legends and whispered horrors. One night, while reviewing old case files and local lore, I came across a story buried in the archives of Maplewood's history, a story of a family that vanished under inexplicable circumstances nearly half a century ago, leaving behind an empty home and a legacy of despair. The details were murky, lost in the haze of time and repeated retellings, yet the description of the family's tragedy bore an eerie resemblance to what we had encountered. The more I read, the more I felt that the past was bleeding into the present, the unresolved traumas of one generation rekindling in another. There were moments when I would drive through Maplewood late at night, the dark, deserted streets whispering secrets that only the night could understand. In those quiet drives, with nothing but the hum of the engine and the sound of rain on the windshield, I would replay Marianne's final words, her trembling confession, "They're here, the ones we forgot," and wonder if I would ever know the true meaning behind them. Perhaps it was the burden of guilt that Jason had carried so visibly. Or perhaps it was a malevolent reminder that some sorrows refuse to die quietly in the recesses of the human heart. I documented my every observation with a meticulous attention to detail, every radio call and every peculiar finding becoming part of an ever-growing archive of a case that was far from resolved. The entire department felt the strain of what we had encountered, each officer silently questioning if they, too, were unknowingly part of something larger, a narrative of despair that stretched far beyond the boundaries of our everyday patrols. I remember one particular late-night debriefing session when an older officer recounted his own experience with inexplicable phenomena during his early days on the force. "There are nights," he said in a gravelly voice, "when you feel the presence of everything that's ever happened in that town. All the heartbreak, all the regret. And you wonder if it's not just the past, but a part of you that's been left behind." His eyes, tired yet piercing, told me more than any statistic or cold case ever could. As winter crept into our bones and the case remained unresolved, I couldn't help but feel that the darkness we had encountered was not going away anytime soon. It had seeped into the very fabric of our small town, a malignant shadow that threatened to swallow us whole. And even as we filed reports, collected evidence, and attempted to piece together a narrative that bridged the gap between human sorrow and something otherworldly, a disquieting thought persisted. Perhaps some doors, once opened, refused to be closed. Now, as I recount these events, every whispered conversation and every measured radio transmission takes on an eerie, almost sacred weight. A reminder that sometimes the most harrowing cases are not those marked by overt violence, but those that force you to confront the darkness within. And as the echoes of that night continue to resound in my mind, I am left with a final, nagging question. In a world where the past is never truly gone, and where every sorrow leaves its indelible mark on those who dare to remember, how do we face the ghosts that are not only behind us, but within us? I spent the following weeks piecing together the lingering mysteries with a careful persistence born of necessity and an abiding duty to the citizens of Maplewood. Late one rainy afternoon, after the storm had abated into a melancholic drizzle, I found myself back at the Elm Street house. The building now stood quiet and somber beneath the bleak sky, a stark monument to the traumatic events of that fateful night. I walked through its empty halls like a time traveler revisiting memories frozen in time. Every room told a story. The living room still bore the marks of chaos, yet there was an eerie calmness now, as if the house itself had been emptied of its torment and left to grieve in silence. I meticulously re-interviewed those involved. Jason, who had once been so agitated, now sat in the precinct's waiting room with eyes red from sleepless nights and regret. "I keep replaying that night in my head," he murmured quietly to me, as we sat across from each other in a stark, brightly lit interrogation room. I thought I had lost everything that night, but now I'm haunted by the things I didn't do, by the words I didn't say. I could have saved her, but I was too afraid, too confused by the darkness that enveloped our home. His voice broke, and for a moment I saw in his eyes a reflection of the profound loss that had seeped into every corner of his existence. I reassured him that his story was important, that every detail, no matter how painful, was crucial to understanding what had unfolded. Back on the scene, I gathered forensic evidence one more time with a small team of seasoned technicians. We dusted for prints, photographed every corner, and even took soil samples from the unusual markings in the park clearing. The technicians worked in near silence, their faces illuminated by the cold blue light of flashlights as they processed each piece of evidence. I kept my radio active, relaying every minute detail back to the command center. Unit 304 to dispatch, reinitiating scene processing at Elm Street. Environmental sampling in progress. Over. The routine nature of the call belied the deep, unspoken questions each of us carried. What force, if any, could leave such cryptic messages on the ground? And did it have any connection to Marianne's inexplicable behavior that night? Late that evening, as I sat alone in my battered sedan parked outside the station, the rain began once more, a constant rhythmic companion to my thoughts. I listened to the fading echoes of a long-forgotten conversation on the radio, voices discussing another minor incident in a distant part of the city, and I was overwhelmed by a sudden, insidious doubt. There was something else lurking in the dark corners of Maplewood, something that defied all conventional explanations. A senior sergeant, his eyes heavy with unspoken tales, had once confided in me that Maplewood carried secrets deeper than its quiet streets, secrets that even time had failed to bury. Now, standing at the edge of a revelation that perhaps I was never meant to uncover, I felt the full force of that truth bearing down on me. I began collating every scrap of evidence into a comprehensive report, not just to close a case, but to document a phenomenon that blurred the boundaries between human experience and the inexplicable. Each detail, from the exact times of radio transmissions, dispatch, Unit 304-0325, approaching scene, over, to the precise coordinates of every location, Elm Street, Cedar Park, Westwood, was recorded with a clinical precision that belied the storm of emotions churning beneath. Yet, as I pored over the data, a single, disconcerting fact emerged. The timings of the incidents, the radio signals, and the mysterious signals from the dashcam images all intersected in a manner that suggested a predetermined pattern rather than random chaos. It was as though every element of that terrible night had been orchestrated by forces beyond our control, by a narrative that had been written long before any of us had arrived on the scene. I couldn't shake the unsettling realization that some mysteries, no matter how carefully documented and analyzed, defied complete understanding. Every new piece of evidence only deepened the labyrinth of unknowns. I found myself rereading Marianne's note over and over. Its desperate scribbles a stark reminder that sometimes the true horror lay not in what we could see, but in what we could never fully comprehend. There was a part of that note, in particular, that continued to haunt me. A line that suggested she had seen something, or someone, in the depths of the night that defied explanation. With every passing day, my colleagues and I were drawn into quiet conversations that often ended with the same disquieting question. How do you guard your soul when every shadow, every whisper in the wind, is a reminder of a night when you came face to face with the very embodiment of despair? In the final days of the investigation, as winter's chill began to bite at Maplewood's bones, I was left with a parting thought that still echoes in my mind like an unresolved chord. The case file, thick with pages of observations and recorded testimonies, remained officially open, a testament to a mystery that had seeped into the heart of our community and into the souls of all who encountered it. I recall one final radio transmission as I was about to clock out on my last night of that grueling winter shift. Unit 304 to dispatch, signing off for the night. But remember, the dark never truly leaves us. It lingers in every corner, every unspoken word. Over. The silence that followed was heavy enough to drown out any immediate reply, as if the radio itself was mourning the loss of something too fragile to be named. It was a bitterly cold October night, the kind where the wind cuts through your clothes like a knife, and every sound is magnified in the stillness. I was on a routine patrol along County Road 12, a narrow stretch of cracked asphalt winding through the dark outskirts of Maplewood, a small town where everybody knew your name, and every call on the radio carried the weight of genuine concern. The clock had just passed 2:05 a.m. when the dispatcher's calm voice came through my radio. "Deputy Carter, we've received a 911 call from Mrs. Elaine Lawson at 1423 Birchwood Drive. Her ex-husband, Martin Lawson, hasn't been seen for hours, and she's reporting that he's been making odd, disturbing calls earlier tonight. I repeat, welfare check requested. Over." My pulse quickened. In a place like Maplewood, a call like that wasn't routine at all. I responded, voice measured but firm. 10-4, dispatch. I'm en route. ETA 3 minutes. Over. The wind rattled the window of my cruiser as I set off, my mind racing with images of the old farmhouse that served as Martin's home, a place that, over the years, had picked up the detritus of isolation and neglect. Every minute mattered when lives were on the line, and even as a seasoned deputy working largely alone in these rural stretches, I had learned to trust my instincts. Navigating through a maze of narrow back roads, I recalled Mrs. Lawson's hurried, trembling voice as she described how Martin's behavior had shifted from eccentric to downright alarming. Her words replayed in my mind. He's been calling me at all hours, whispering about voices, and now he's just silent. I arrived at Birchwood Drive and pulled up outside a weathered 2-story house partially obscured by towering pines. The house's single, flickering light in the upstairs window gave it the appearance of a lone sentinel amid the oppressive darkness. I parked my cruiser a safe distance away and stepped out, the chill of the night biting into my skin. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I approached the front door slowly, listening for any sound. A creak, a shuffle, the odd whisper that might betray the presence of someone inside. I pounded on the dilapidated door with deliberate force, each knock echoing down the long, empty driveway. "Deputy Carter, open up. Welfare check." My voice carried authority, yet beneath it lay a trace of concern that came from years of witnessing the worst human tragedies. As I rapped on the door, the silence was deafening, punctuated only by the distant rustle of leaves and the hum of cicadas. I reached for my radio once more and informed dispatch. "Dispatch, no answer at the door. I'm getting no response. Requesting backup on standby and trying to confirm if there's any phone number available for Martin Lawson." The response was swift, almost too smooth. "Deputy, we've just received an update. Martin has called in. He says..." "Deputy, back off. I'm armed and I'm watching you. Over." My hand tightened around the flashlight. That single line changed the entire dynamic of the situation. I could almost hear his ragged breathing and the unmistakable tremor of a man on the brink, the words laden with the threat of imminent violence. I took a step back, never letting my guard down even for a heartbeat. 10-7, dispatch. I'm retreating to my vehicle and monitoring the situation from a safe distance. Over. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest as I moved back into the relative security of the cruiser, every sense on high alert. Outside, the night seemed to hold its breath. The silence, a grim promise of what might come next. Once, inside my vehicle, I parked at the edge of the property, the beams of my patrol car's headlights revealing only twisted shadows among the overgrown brush. Rain began to fall softly, tap, tap, tapping against the metal roof, as if nature itself was conspiring with the eerie events unfolding before me. I parked with care, making sure to leave an open escape route, and then positioned myself near the window, radio still clutched in my hand. My thoughts churned with the echoes of the call. Martin's veiled threat, the cold determination in his voice, and a deep, unsettling gut feeling that something was terribly amiss. I keyed into the channel and quietly recited the standard update. Deputy Carter to dispatch. I'm observing the premises. No immediate movement, but I have eyes on a possible suspect silhouette moving behind the side of the house. Requesting nearest available unit for backup. Over. The response crackled immediately. 10-4, Deputy. Backup en route. ETA approximately 12 minutes. Stand by for further instructions. Over. I could hear the static of the radio blending with my steady breaths. My mind meticulously calculating every possible outcome in this dangerous interplay of man versus fate. I sat in the darkened interior of my cruiser, the hum of the engine the only sound breaking the oppressive silence of the night. My thoughts spiraled back to earlier calls, the mundane ones that rarely escalated beyond a missing pet or an argument between neighbors. But tonight was different. The weight of responsibility bore down on me like a physical force. I recalled the details Mrs. Lawson had provided, the subtle shift in Martin's tone over several phone calls, the increasing isolation, and the desperate fear in her voice. As minutes ticked by, I monitored the perimeter with clinical precision, noting every movement on the edge of my vision. Then, without warning, a series of soft, rapid footsteps echoed from the direction of a side door I hadn't initially noticed. A side door that, by all accounts, should have been locked and bolted. My instinct screamed, and I quickly moved to position the flashlight in that direction, the beam shaking slightly as I adjusted it. In the beam's quivering light, I glimpsed a fleeting outline. A man crouched low against the wall, eyes glinting with the cold certainty of someone who had nothing left to lose. The tension in the air was palpable, and I knew that every second counted. I radioed dispatch with a hushed urgency. Dispatch, I'm seeing movement on the west side of the property. I repeat, I'm spotting an individual, keeping eyes on him. All units be advised. Over. The voice on the other end replied, 10-4, Deputy. Maintain safe distance and be advised. They report that the subject is known to be erratic and may be armed. Confirm your position and hold until backup arrives. Over. I acknowledged with a curt 10-4 dispatch. Then tried to steady my breathing while my eyes remained locked on the mysterious figure. The rain intensified now, drumming incessantly against the windows and adding a dissonant rhythm to the unfolding drama. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown to catastrophe. As I watched, the man started moving again, slowly making his way toward the rear of the house. I followed at a discreet distance, every step measured and calculated. It was then that I picked up a faint sound, a desperate murmur, almost like a broken whisper amid the pattering rain, coming from the darkness behind him. I strained my ears, barely catching fragments of a plea that sent shivers down my spine. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That sound stirred memories of countless calls and the familiar dread that had haunted me through years of service. It wasn't just the immediate threat of an armed suspect. It was something deeper, a sense of profound despair that could only come from a mind at the very edge of collapse. I carefully pulled closer to get a better look, my grip tightening on the holstered sidearm. The conversation over the radio with dispatch continued in a low, steady tone, the operator's words blending with the soft clamor of the storm. Deputy, do you copy? We have Unit Bravo approaching from the north. Maintain your current position until they secure the perimeter. Over. I responded quickly. Copy that, dispatch. I'll hold position and keep the suspect in sight. The tension was almost unbearable as I saw the figure pause beneath a gnarled oak tree, his head cocked as if listening for something or someone. That's when I noticed the glint of metal, a revolver, partially concealed under a threadbare jacket. The realization hit me hard. This wasn't a case of a confused old man merely seeking solitude. This was a volatile situation, spiraling into dangerous territory. In that moment, every detail, the relentless rain, the distant flicker of headlights from the approaching backup vehicle, the trembling intensity in my own voice over the radio, and the man's haunted eyes, came together in a tableau of raw fear and uncertainty. I was caught in a nightmarish scenario where the boundaries between duty and survival blurred with every passing second. As the backup unit's sirens wailed closer in the distance, I couldn't help but wonder if I was about to witness something far beyond a routine welfare check, a confrontation that would etch itself into the annals of Maplewood's troubled history. The night had already become a tapestry of chilling sounds and fleeting shadows. And somewhere in that darkness, the truth was waiting to be revealed. The rain showed no sign of relenting, and as I remained poised behind the battered window of my cruiser, I reflected on the many times I'd listened to similar calls on the radio, yet nothing could have prepared me for the raw, unfiltered terror that now lay before me. I heard a sudden, desperate whisper over the radio from dispatch. "Deputy, you're clear to move. Backup has secured the front entrance. Approach with caution." With that directive reverberating in my ears, I gathered my resolve and stepped out into the storm. Every step felt like wading through a thick fog of dread, each raindrop a reminder of the stakes, each gust of wind a forewarning of nature's indifference to human struggle. I moved deliberately, my training and instincts guiding me as I advanced toward the faint, spectral figure vanishing into the darkness on the far side of the property. My radio remained a lifeline, a tether to a reality grounded in protocols and procedures, even as the unfolding events threatened to shatter that foundation into 1,000 pieces. I followed the suspect to a narrow, rusted side door barely visible beneath a tangle of overgrown ivy. I signaled quietly to the arriving unit and crouched behind an old, chipped stone wall, carefully peeking around the corner. The man's silhouette was illuminated only by intermittent flashes from the storm and the weak beam of my own flashlight. He moved with a deliberate caution, pausing every few steps as if listening for voices or footsteps that might not be there. I listened intently. In those quiet gaps, the air was filled with the soft, disjointed sounds of his labored breathing. The radio on my hip crackled with the operator's steady voice. 10-4, Deputy Carter. Maintain visual contact. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Over. I nodded silently, my focus fixated on that troubled figure whose every movement radiated a mix of fear, desperation, and lethal intent. Over the next several minutes, as I maintained my vigil from behind the cover of the stone wall, the man's actions grew increasingly erratic. At one point, he muttered something unintelligible, a garbled mix of regret and terror that sent a chill down my spine. At another, he paused as if confronted by a ghost from his past, his eyes filling with an expression of anguished longing. I couldn't help but wonder what unseen forces had driven him to this breaking point. Had he really been pushed into armed isolation by a lifetime of neglect? Or was there something more sinister at play behind that terrified, haunted gaze? I stayed motionless. The only sound the relentless patter of rain and the constant drone of radio chatter with dispatch. Each word a stark reminder of the unyielding pressure of duty in a world where every moment teeters between order and chaos. As the minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity, I carefully relayed every observed detail back to dispatch. Dispatch, I'm tracking the subject. He's making his way to what appears to be a basement entrance. I repeat, he's approaching the basement door, requesting immediate support for potential armed confrontation. Over. The response came in a measured tone. 10-4, Deputy. Unit Bravo is repositioning to cover that angle. Stand by and keep me updated. My grip on the radio tightened, and I adjusted my stance for a better line of sight as the subject reached the sagging basement door. The air around me grew heavier, charged with a dread that was as palpable as the chill in the rain-soaked night. Every instinct in my body screamed that this was not merely a desperate man in trouble. It was a prelude to something far more dangerous, an encounter that might well end in tragedy if not handled with absolute precision and care. I pressed my back against the cold, rough surface of the building, heart hammering in sync with the relentless drum of rain on the corrugated metal roof overhead. The basement door, its paint peeling and its hinges rusted, stood ajar by a fraction of an inch, a silent invitation to plunge into unknown depths. In that moment I hesitated, knowing that my next actions could determine everything. With measured precision I radioed, "Dispatch, I'm moving in for a closer look on the basement door." I repeat, advancing to get a better visual on the subject. Over. The radio responded with a terse, 10-4, Deputy. Backup is almost on scene. Proceed with extreme caution. With a deep breath that barely steadied my nerves, I edged forward, each step echoing in the oppressive silence that had reclaimed the space between us. The figure, now partially obscured by the door's shadow, looked over his shoulder as if sensing my approach. For a split second, our eyes met, his filled with a sorrowful resignation, and mine brimming with the determination to resolve this crisis without bloodshed. But in that shared glance lay the unspoken acknowledgement that some secrets are far too heavy to bear alone, that sometimes the line between salvation and damnation is drawn in the fading light of a stormy night. The ensuing moments were charged with a tension so thick it could be cut with a knife. I heard the distant thump of tires and the closer approach of Unit Bravo, their presence a reassuring but stark reminder that help was on the way. Then, without warning, a harsh, gravelly shout echoed from somewhere within the house, shattering the fragile stillness. "Don't come any closer, or I swear." The shout was cut abruptly off as if swallowed by the roar of the downpour. I froze, heart pounding, straining to catch every syllable. The suspect had drawn something, a weapon, perhaps, and his voice now reverberated with a mixture of fear and defiance. The radio burst into static once more as I keyed in, "Dispatch, the subject is now vocal." He said, "Don't come any closer, or I swear," and the line went dead for a moment. I repeat, he's armed and unstable. Over. A cold dread seeped through me as I considered the grim possibilities. The flashing lights of the approaching unit were like distant beacons of hope. Yet, in that rain-soaked darkness, hope itself felt like a fragile notion. Every sensory detail, the rhythmic hiss of the rain, the muffled urgency in the dispatcher's voice, and the sight of that solitary, tormented figure melded into a vivid nightmare playing out in real time. It was a scene that could have only materialized from the depths of a badly scripted drama, yet it unfolded before my very eyes as stark and unforgiving as reality itself. I pressed my radio close, repeating the necessary details with mechanical precision, all the while wondering if by the time I had spoken my next word, it might already be too late to avert the inevitable spiral into chaos. The tension, palpable and suffocating, marked the end of that chapter of the night. A relentless buildup of dread and unanswered questions that would ultimately set the stage for events no one in Maplewood would forget. The darkness deepened as backup finally arrived, their arrival marked by the shrill wail of sirens that punctuated the relentless rain. I could see the glint of headlights cutting through the mist along Birchwood Drive as Unit Bravo swept in, securing the perimeter. I relayed the latest update to dispatch as I moved to a vantage point that afforded me a clearer view of the scene. Dispatch, Unit Bravo is on scene. I have visual on the subject, who appears to be retreating back inside the house through the basement entrance, requesting SWAT for immediate support as the suspect's behavior continues to escalate. Over. The response was almost immediate, a measured command. 10-4, Deputy. SWAT is being mobilized. Stand by and maintain your position. Do not engage unless fired upon. Over. Every word I transmitted was laced with the intensity of the moment, each syllable a small plea for a resolution that wouldn't culminate in tragedy. I pressed on, my gaze locked on the darkened doorway as the figure, Martin Lawson, as I soon learned, disappeared into the gloom of the basement. Now, the scene had transformed into a standoff. The silence between rapid radio exchanges punctuated by the unyielding downpour. I could see officers fanning out, their flashlights creating small islands of clarity within the swirling darkness. The dispatcher's voice was a constant presence in my ear, each update a reminder of the fragility of human life in these moments of terror. Deputy, we've got eyes on the interior. The suspect is barricaded in the basement. Proceed with extreme caution and await SWAT entry instructions. Over. My mind raced as I recalled the details Mrs. Lawson had mentioned during her tearful call. Martin's descent into isolation, his cryptic mutterings about voices and watchful eyes. Could it be that the darkness that had taken hold of him was a manifestation of something far more intricate than mere madness? As I stood there, knee-deep in doubt and duty, I felt the weight of every life in Maplewood press down upon me. The case had become more than just a welfare check. It was a desperate scramble to salvage a soul on the brink, even as the specter of violence loomed large. Every second felt interminable, a relentless extension of time in which the stakes grew ever higher. I kept my radio active, my voice steady even as anxiety gnawed at the edges of my concentration. Deputy Carter to SWAT Command. I'm maintaining a visual on the suspect, requesting immediate intel from the interior surveillance if available. Over. The response was curt and efficient. 10-4, Deputy. We are deploying a drone for a visual feed. Stand by for further instructions. I heard the quiet whir of a drone lifting into the air. Its camera feed soon transmitted to our mobile command unit. The images that flickered onto the screen were grainy and monochrome, yet they revealed a scene that made my heart sink. In the dim basement, lit sporadically by the flickering overhead light, I saw remnants of what looked like a personal shrine, a collection of photos, journals, and newspaper clippings meticulously arranged on a rickety table. In those faded documents were names and dates that stretched back decades, hints of a cold case that had haunted this community long before Martin had spiraled into his present state. As I watched the scene unfold through the drone's camera, a chilling realization crept in. This wasn't just the tragic ramblings of an isolated man. It was the culmination of long-buried secrets and unresolved grief that had festered in the shadows of Maplewood for years. The revelation struck me with the force of a sledgehammer. That basement, once a mere extension of a troubled home, now appeared to be a repository of dark memories and untold stories. A mausoleum of secrets that extended far beyond one man's troubled life. I exchanged a glance with Officer Daniels, who had taken position at the front of the house, his eyes betraying a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of what we had stumbled upon. His voice, low and measured, came through my earpiece. Deputy, I'm seeing some old case files up on the table through the drone feed. Looks like evidence of missing persons from the late 70s. This changes everything. His words lingered in the air, each syllable stirring a maelstrom of questions that demanded answers. I continued to feed updates to dispatch, my voice imbued with a mix of professional detachment and personal disbelief. Dispatch. I confirm that the interior of the basement appears to hold several items of evidence: old photographs, case files, and what looks like personal diaries. Requesting immediate forensic support once SWAT secures the area. Over. Every instruction, every detail, was a small testament to the rigors of our training and the stark reality of our daily lives, lives spent at the edge of danger, grappling with the delicate balance between order and chaos. The storm outside intensified, as if echoing the inner turmoil of the unfolding drama. The basement door, now a symbol of both potential salvation and unspeakable horror, remained our only entry into a truth that had lain dormant for far too long. As I stood there, enveloped by the chaos of the moment, the relentless rain, the urgent commands over the radio, the ever-looming specter of a man desperate enough to arm himself against the world, I couldn't help but reflect on the twisted irony of it all. Here I was, a lone deputy in the dead of night, not only trying to prevent a possible tragedy, but also unearthing fragments of a past that none of us in Maplewood had ever wanted to remember. The sound of sirens grew louder, mingling with the natural symphony of the storm, and I knew that soon the full force of our department would converge on this one location, determined to piece together the jigsaw puzzle of a man's fractured life and the dark legacy he unwittingly guarded. In that moment, every instinct told me that what began as a simple 911 welfare check had become something far more complex. A collision of past and present, reason and madness, duty and despair. And as I braced myself for the uncertain resolution that lay ahead, I couldn't shake the nagging question. What monstrous truth was hidden behind those shuttered basement doors, and how many more souls had been swallowed by the darkness before? The night pressed on relentlessly, and with each heartbeat echoing in the vast emptiness of the stormy night, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. Over the next several hours, the standoff slowly morphed into a tense, almost surreal negotiation. A dance of words and glances conducted over cold radio lines. The SWAT team had finally breached the perimeter, their coordinated movements a study in military precision that stood in stark contrast to the raw, unfiltered fear emanating from the beleaguered suspect. My voice, steady yet laced with a quiet urgency, rang out as I maintained communication with both the interior surveillance feed and the officers outside. Deputy Carter to SWAT, maintain steady pressure. We've located the suspect inside the basement. He's barricaded himself in what appears to be a makeshift room off the main area. I repeat, suspect is barricaded and has been unresponsive to verbal commands. Over. Inside the cramped, dimly lit basement, the tension was palpable. Through the drone's grainy footage and a few carefully angled surveillance cameras we had set up earlier, I could see Martin Lawson huddled in the corner, his eyes wild with a mixture of terror and defiance. His once neatly combed hair was disheveled, and his weathered face bore the marks of sleepless nights and a mind besieged by inner demons. Every now and then, he would glance at something off camera, as if expecting to see the ghosts of his past come to reclaim him. In the background, a battered desk bore the weight of old case files, yellowed photographs, and journals filled with cryptic references to names, dates, and places that spanned decades. The sheer volume of evidence was overwhelming, a silent testament to long-forgotten tragedies that had been hidden away, only to now threaten the fragile peace of Maplewood. As the SWAT team prepared to move in, I maintained a critical line of communication with the suspect, trying one last time to defuse the situation before it escalated further. Martin, this is Deputy Carter. I'm talking to you. I understand you're scared, but I'm here to help. Lay down your weapon and come out peacefully. No one else needs to get hurt tonight. Over." For several agonizing seconds, there was only the oppressive sound of rain and the occasional crackle over the radio. Then his ragged response came, barely audible, but filled with a sorrow so profound it nearly broke me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just can't let them take it away." His voice trailed off, leaving us to wonder what it could possibly be. The word hung in the air like a curse, laden with a meaning known only to him, and perhaps to the darkest corridors of Maplewood's past. Officer Daniel's voice came in softly through my earpiece. "Deputy, the suspect is shaking. There's a part of him that wants to surrender, but I'm not sure he trusts us. We need to maintain the line and keep talking him down." I responded, my tone resolute yet empathetic. "Copy that, Daniels. Martin, listen to me. You're not alone in this. We can help you if you just let us in. Please, Martin, I'm asking you, don't let your past destroy your future." His eyes darted around wildly on the drone feed, and then, as if in response to my plea, his grip on whatever he held slackened. For a fleeting moment it looked as though he might accept help, that the centuries of suppressed sorrow might finally be alleviated by the compassion of a man who had seen far too much darkness. But just as quickly as that fragile hope emerged, it was shattered. A sudden, desperate cry erupted from inside the room. A cry that was not just of fear, but of an overwhelming terror that seemed to transcend the present moment. The SWAT team's leader barked orders, and in a heartbeat the coordinated assault was set in motion. A battering ram crashed against the barricaded door as tear gas canisters were readied, and I found myself caught in the maelstrom of split-second decisions and the inescapable realization that nothing in Maplewood was ever as straightforward as it seemed. I could still remember, clearly as if it happened moments ago, the sound of Martin's anguished voice over the radio. "You don't understand. I'm trying to protect it. Please, don't make me do this." The voice was laden with a grief and desperation that spoke of lost dreams and memories too painful to revisit. And as the heavy door began to splinter under the force of the SWAT team's entry, the entire basement seemed to tremble with the weight of secrets that had long been buried under layers of regret and sorrow. In the chaos that followed, every sound, from the shattering of glass to the panicked shouts of the officers, merged into a surreal cacophony that blurred the line between duty and the raw agony of human frailty. I kept my radio pressed to my ear, issuing orders and updates with mechanical precision, even as the reality of the unfolding events threatened to overwhelm me. "Dispatch, this is Deputy Carter. We have contact with the suspect. I repeat, suspect has surrendered verbally but is showing signs of severe distress. Request immediate medical and psychological support upon extraction. Over." The response was swift and professional, a reminder that even in the midst of chaos there was structure, a blueprint to follow when facing the unimaginable. As the officers secured Martin and began the painstaking process of extracting him from the basement, my gaze drifted once more to that table laden with old photographs and weathered documents, a silent witness to a bygone era and the harbinger of truths too grim to fathom. My mind churned with 1,000 questions. Who was the man he was trying so desperately to protect? What had driven him to this irrevocable point of no return? And was there a history in Maplewood that had been so carefully concealed that it now threatened to tear the very fabric of our community apart? In that sprawling darkness, amid the relentless patter of rain and the buzz of police radios, I knew that the night was far from over. The case had taken on a dimension that transcended the ordinary. It was no longer merely about a welfare check or even a standoff gone awry. It was about confronting the demons of the past, those hidden errors of a town that had long avoided facing the ugly truths that lurked beneath its pristine surface. And as I watched the officers cart Martin away, his eyes vacant and his voice reduced to a mere whisper of regret, I couldn't help but wonder. What buried secrets would emerge from the wreckage of his shattered life, and how many more souls in Maplewood had been silently consumed by its unforgiving darkness? Even as dawn threatened to break through the dense canopy of night and rain, the unanswered questions clung to me like a second skin. I drove back to the precinct with a heavy heart, every mile marked by the nagging feeling that what we had uncovered was just the beginning of a long, tangled journey into the heart of a mystery that had festered in this small town for far too long. I replayed every moment in my mind. The desperate call from Mrs. Lawson, the eerie silence of a haunted house on Birchwood Drive, the heart-stopping footsteps in the rain, and Martin Lawson's final mournful cry over the radio. Each detail was etched into my memory, a vivid reminder that real life, with all its unyielding brutality, often surpassed any script or dramatization. Driving through the awakening streets of Maplewood as the first rays of sunlight struggled to pierce the lingering gloom, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that this case would never let go of me. The evidence collected from that basement, the spectral remnants of a past that refused to remain buried, and the raw, unfiltered emotion in Martin's last moments. Everything pointed to a deep, unspoken narrative that lay hidden beneath years of silence. I reported my observations to the sergeant, my voice subdued and heavy. "Sir, I believe we're dealing with more than just an unstable individual. There's a history here, old case files, missing persons, personal diaries, all pointing to a scandal that might have been covered up for decades." The sergeant's reply was curt, almost dismissive, but I sensed a flicker of interest behind his eyes. "Keep digging, Carter. Sometimes the truth is stranger and darker than any fiction." As I wrapped up my report and stepped outside into the crisp morning air, I couldn't help but glance back at the old farmhouse, its broken windows and sagging roof casting long shadows in the new light. The storm had passed, but the secrets it had washed to the surface would continue to haunt Maplewood for a long, long time. And even as the city began to stir awake, a lingering sense of dread told me that the darkness we'd encountered that night was far from vanishing. Its echoes would resonate in our hearts and minds, long after the final siren had faded into silence. I still remember the sound of that final report on my radio, the low murmur of voices discussing procedural follow-ups and promises of further investigation. But beneath the routine exchange of words lay an unspoken truth. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the world is at its most vulnerable, the line between duty and despair blurs, leaving behind scars that can never truly be erased. Every time I hear the distant echo of a siren or the soft murmur of a radio dispatch, I am transported back to that fateful night. A night when reality itself was twisted into something surreal and horrific, when a simple 911 call unraveled into a tapestry of lies, secrets, and unspeakable sorrow.